Haere mai, good morning everyone, welcome on this beautiful day, this beautiful celebratory occasion when we come together to reflect on the past 3 years and to honour some outgoing colleagues. Not that we actually know how many of us are really outgoing, but we come to acknowledge those ones we acknowledge those ones we do know about. And hopefully this will be a lovely, happy day. So I'm going to invite karakia. Then we have a few items of business before Kote will give us some energy for the rest of the day. Nō reira, kia koe, tame.
Tuatai kia hāpai ngā kupi tuatai ki te tāhuru matapau. Kia horo tamarino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana, kia tere te kā rohi rohi, I runga I te tangata, e hikoe I runga I te mata o te whenua. Kei te kōta ngākau, kei te mihi te ngākau, ki te rā o te whareariki o Ingarangi, koe ni iri hāpiti I te tuarua, e koe moi mai ki o tūpuna ki o mātua, hoki atu ki tō Hawaiki Nui, tō Hawaiki Rua, tō Hawaiki Pāmama, tūhono ki ngā mate o Aotearoa, ke koe ki te tāhu matapau, hei whetū mō matariki. E koutou I hara mai te hāpore o Kirikiri Roa, e aku whanaunga I te moana nui a kiwa, kā nui te aroha o koutou. Koutou o te hāpore o Kirikiri Roa, kā nui te aroha ki a koutou. Kuri I ngā memo o te kauni he rā, e tehi o tō te rā I runga I a rāte. O motu te o tō rātau tūranga I te rei rā, nō reire koe nei te rā, hei whakarangatira I ngā memo o te kauni he rā, ka mutu I te rei rā. E te manu kāhui, ka anu te mihi atu kia koe, te au I a anaru I konei I tāta nei, e kare te mōhi o mena ko hoki atu I tata kāinga. And the king. Pekonis. E te koro matua o mua anaru ka anu te mihi atu kia koe e noho rangatira kei murita, tēnei te mihi o te ngākau kia koe e koro, nau mai hara mai I roto I tō whare hoki, tēnei te mihi kia koe. Ngā mema o te kauni hera o mahi ana, ngā kōrero o te kauni hera o Kirikiri Roa, mo te hāpore o Kirikiri Roa, tēnei te mihi o te whare o te kingi kia koutou, anei te mihi o ngā hapu, o ngā iwi o Waikato kia koutou, anei te mihi mai te ngākau kia koutou. No reire e tātua, koro ai tia mātou I runga I te aroha, me te rangi Mārie, ko koe tau mātou piringa, ko koe tau mātou tokatū moana, anei mātou e whakawhetai I runga I te ingoa tō mātou kai whakaora. Mo ake ake. Amen. Good morning. Thank you. And let's celebrate this special day. Tēnā koutou.
Good morning, thank you for that, Tame. As I've said, a warm welcome to all of you today. We're going to get through some business and then settle into the celebratory and honorary part of today's proceedings. So we do have a request that is relevant to an agenda item to speak today on relation to matters of a petition relating to the Shores Bird Park. And we invite Felicity Anderson to speak to us from the public forum. Thank you. Come on right down to the seat if you like. Do you have a power cord? Okay. Great. Thank you. Good morning. And good morning to all of you who've come in.
Is that on?
Yep.
Great. My name's Felicity Anderson and I'm here to actually talk to an item on the agenda, and it relates to the delegated powers to the CEO during the interim stage between the end of this council and the beginning of next. In those delegated powers, it says that the CEO may not use them for anything that is politically sensitive. What I'm going to talk about very briefly is, I believe, very politically sensitive, so I would expect that those extended powers would then be reined in. So I'm here with Murray and Margaret Shaw from Shaw's Bird Park and their supporters, a few of them today who we've just invited along to come and watch how the processes work. You would have received a petition to the council yesterday with an accompanying letter from their barrister. I have filed a media release that we intend putting out after this, and also the barrister's letter. I would urge you to have a read and have a wee think. I know some of you are leaving the council, and everybody here would thank you so much for your service, and it is a day of celebration for the amount of time that you've put in. I've covered a lot of councils in my time as a journalist, and I've written about local government and how it's to be covered. And I know how hard it is. But I would also urge you to know that you are the boss of the management, and it's not the other way round. So thank you very, very much for having us here today. And I wish everybody departing all the best, and all those that are standing in the election, good luck. You would note that on the petition, there are 55,000 names now, and it is growing. And I would point out that that is more than the people of Hamilton voted in the last election. Thank you very much for your courtesy.
Thank you very much. Because it's an issue that extends to the next council, I'm not going to invite people for questions of the floor at this point in time, but you have our assurances that as per proper process, this will be brought to the attention of the new council, somewhat late October or thereabouts, and we will keep you in touch as to when that's going to occur and how that occurs.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone at the back who's come in today. Right. Okay, that brings us to the rest of the agenda today, and we are privileged to have with us our beautiful friends from Kote Pacifica, who are going to open up our meeting with some... That's your intention, to open up the meeting for us? Yes, perfect. I would invite Rachel to speak on behalf of Kote Pacifica, followed by Lale, followed by Jane, and then we will celebrate with song or whatever comes in the right order. Good morning.
Talofa lava, malo lava, lisoifua, malo lelei, nisa bulavanaka, kia rana, whakalofa lahi atu, noia, Māori, namaste, tēnā koutou katoa. I wasn't just rattling off a bunch of highs. I want to explain to you that all of our greetings have significance to our Pacific cultures, and each of those greetings carries a lot of love, alofa, aroha, and every best wish. And the intention is to transpart or transport the inherent goodness of one being to another. And so I greet you again with that in mind, on behalf of myself, on behalf of my mum and dad, on behalf of my siblings, on behalf of my extended whānau, my team, our board, and all of the community that stands behind and alongside Kote Pacifica. On this auspicious day, my parents send their apologies. They're actually overseas, but I know that Mum in particular would very much like to be here, given the history of the relationships that sit between Mum and our family and key people who are departing today. So we have come today to honour Martin, Dave, Rob and Mark, who are not standing again, but who have dedicated their lives to the service of the community in Kirikiriroa. We've come as an organisation to honour you and to show our sincere gratitude to you and your families for the things that you have done in your time serving on the council. Martin, you were part of conversations 23 plus years ago before Kaute Pacifica was formed. You've been a supporter and a champion for the Pacific community in Kirikiriroa and across the Waikato. You have always been curious about and cared about our community, even from before we were ever considered to be attractive political currency. You have given us visibility and a voice when others, at a time when others would have preferred that we were invisible and silent. You have been a friend to Mum in lonely and challenging times, but also joyful and celebratory times. You delivered a thoughtful, well-considered citation for Mum and Dad when they were gifted the keys to the city. And for my brothers and sisters and I, that meant a lot. It meant something, I can't articulate it, so that's how deep it is. Dave, Rob, you two have been part of our very long journey. Your lives and your family's lives have been intertwined with those of my family, my mum and dad, my brothers and sisters, through schools, churches, governance roles. You too have been a friend and a champion, not only of Mum but our community, and I thank you for that. And Mark, no, we really do need to acknowledge the colour that you've brought to the council, and for myself personally, it's been a real privilege to see you thrive and take ownership as chair of the community committee and to champion not just our aspiration but those of other groups in the city, and I thank you and applaud your efforts too. Yeah. I want to acknowledge, sorry Andrew, your involvement in Mum and Dad's receiving of the keys to the city, your efforts in that space. But again, just to thank you, to honour you and your families, because I know that your families have paid the price of your civic duty and your dedication to the needs of the broader community. And I know that some of them are here today. So, Mālua Apito, Ia Soifua, Ia Maia Manuia, Ngā mihi nui, go well, go with our love and our deep, deep gratitude to you all. Thank you.
Lale.
Thank you, me Paula. Ia, o te mua lava whawhatai, whaatalo whaaturu pa ia mani malu lea whia, I susunga ma whawhia ngainga. Whapea fo I tai pisingisi, whapea fo I tai o tatua o tunu. Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So for the team, you've seen Rachel and I on this journey for a little while. That's what happens when parents pass on the duties of their generations to the next in that space. Our opportunity has been to be part of that 23-year plus trip of excitement for them, satisfaction hopefully for them, and enjoyment for our community as a whole, including you all. I think Rachel echoed the thanks of Kaute and the community and her family specifically. I would just like to echo the thanks to the unseen behind you all. So to the families of those that have serviced the council in the way that you have, with the dedication and the commitment that you have put forward. We've been in this room several times. We've seen smiles, we've seen tears, we've seen emotions raised, all because you're all wanting to see the best for our community. Those are things as Pacific we have always aspired to. In our meeting houses, we also have the same discussions across the generations and across leadership. And through those emotions, we are all looking for the best, not just for our families, but for the people that make up our communities and the villages that make Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, New Zealand as a whole. And so there is great learning that we have to share and great thanks that we have to give with regard to what your families have been able to give you in the way of support and to give the community in the way of your time. And I not only say that to the outgoing, I say that for you that are putting your hands up to go through the roundabout again in that process, is that without your commitment, without your support, and without the support of your families and your loved ones, it is very hard to serve people that see you in so many different lights depending on the issues that are put in front of you. And so for those things that we see from Pacific, that we see that are very challenging when we see our parents challenged in the way that they were, when we see our families challenged in the way that they are, all wanting to do the best that they can do for their communities and for their families and their villages, we too understand the passion, the sadness at times, the joy that we see, but most importantly, when that journey reaches a destination, to be able to celebrate together. And on that note, I think for us, the Pan Pacific Hub is that special opportunity that we've spoken about before, to put a bit of that heart of that multicultural journey that Pacifica has come to Aotearoa and joined our tangata whenua here, and through their open arms been able to secure such a significant spot in Hinemoa Park in the middle of the city. And I thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity through your vote in that space to not put us in the back of Hamilton somewhere, but to put us in a place of prominence and a place of opportunity. And I think that is the significant part for us, our families, our tangata whenua brother and sisters that are all in place, to be able to see and cherish the importance of multicultural communities being echoed throughout Kirikiriroa. And what a sign to put in front of the whole of New Zealand, that the food basket of New Zealand supports everyone that contributes to every facet. And it's not just about business, it's not just about sport, it's not just about education, and it's not just about politics. It's about the love of the communities that we have raised and the love of the families that have given you the time and the strength to participate at this table and in this environment. And so from our broader community in that space, we wish you, one, all the best in your future endeavours for our outgoing team. And Martin, I will just add, to be in politics in the national context and a local context and do it for as long as you have, mate, those bones are steel, I think, in that space. I don't think you bleed, I think you've got oil because it just keeps going. Dave, we've all seen your personal tragedies played out in front of everyone, and yet your commitment to community remains. Yet your spirit for finding the best way through things remains in that space. And no better way to show your love for your community than to do what you have. To Mark, we always joke around about Mark, but the guy that rides on his little yellow battery bike, it's probably 3 sizes too small for him, but we can all see him though. Hey? It's a brave bike, that's right. And for 2 wheels to carry such a man in that space, it's an incredible journey. But what I've loved about Mark, as irreverent as he can be at times, what a fantastic way to represent what we represent as a community. The guy that brings a smile back into the face of people during serious issues of consideration. Just at that time when you are getting so serious that you have to have a laugh. But more importantly, that laugh always has a direction. It's always got an opportunity to give a view about something in a slightly different way. So thank you for that, Mark. And Rob, man, the unspoken strength behind some of the numbers and the stability of the organisation that sits behind this council and this group. It's incredible. You know, for lots of people who don't understand it, the guy that says the least in that space probably has the most impact on the numbers that tell the most about an organisation. And, you know, as quiet as you walk through that journey, your impact of being able to keep and help this organisation stay afloat, just incredible, Rob. And I think your experience and your wisdom will be lost in that space. However, again, like most communities, we're looking for the new ones to come through. And then to all of you in this space, we've heard it this morning, management and governance. We just wanted to thank you for your governance in that space, for your management, to be able to serve in the way that they do for our communities. It's a tough one at times when people see leadership in so many different ways. And yet you are seeing in front of you, echoed through our community, journeys that our parents have started, that we as the next generation continue through in that space. The same can be said for governance and management. The responsibilities that go from mother and father to son and daughter in that space is very similar, because everyone intends on doing the right thing. Everyone steps out and wakes up in the morning to do the right thing. So we just want to thank you from a Pacific perspective for everything that you've done. Our outgoing councillors, our councillors running again, our mayor in that space, our deputy mayor, and also, Andrew, our previous mayors in it, because they all contribute to the journey that we have in front of us. So on behalf of our broader Pacific community in that mix, our Pan-Pacific Community Hub that will echo and bring life to the region, we want to say thank you again. And we want to make sure that the invite next year to the opening of the Pan-Pacific Hub will be attended by all of you and your families. And along, again, with our tangata whenua, we will give New Zealand a multicultural opening that they've never seen before. We will give them a reason to understand why Hamilton, not only the food basket of New Zealand, is also the life source of wanting to see families grow up in villages, grow up in communities, to add benefit to Aotearoa, Pacific, and the world. So te whakatei te re lava mo le awa noa, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you very much.
Ko te taua
Thank you all. Thank you as always for bringing your love and support of council into the room. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's a bit sad after such a beautiful, warm moment to get back to boring formalities, isn't it? But I have got, yeah, I've got a couple of boring formalities. Are there any apologies for today? Oh, yeah, it's coming up, it's coming up. Any apologies for today? No, we'll move that, that's gone by. Confirmation of the agenda, also moved. Councillor Gallagher will seconded. All in favour? Opposed? Are there any declarations of interest? Oh, apologies. Let me just move the confirmation of the agenda and get you into the public forum. Sorry, Jane. Declarations of interest? Moved? None? All in favour? No, there aren't any anyway. We will now come back to the public forum. And Jane, you're definitely not a bit of the boring formal work, just so you know. No, wasn't referring to you. Welcome. And thank you for the beautiful scone that someone tucked into my pocket as I left yesterday. It was delicious.
So, good morning to you all. We are here this morning to inform you about the change of management at P&H. As of 1 August, I handed over the position to Scott. We have been working collaboratively for a few years, and we will do so for a few more to ensure a smooth transition for our organisation. I will take a secondary role and retain my position as a board member. We are also here to thank a couple of the old boys. To Dave Mack, who celebrated one of his significant birthdays back at P&H when we were at Bryant Village. Note, I didn't give it a number. Me neither. You're a champion. You have always had an eye on our future, and we look forward to you and Jane attending the opening of our new facility. To our mate Martin, well, school teacher, Central Government Minister for the Labor Party, West Ward Councillor, you have been a great supporter of P&H. We have really appreciated your support, and you are most welcome to pop in any time. We always have time for you. To Rob and to Mark, thank you for your support as well. I thank you all around this table for doing the best that you have done for the Tron. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, beautifully said. Now we'll go back to the minutes that are less exciting. So confirmation of the minutes, as you see, items 5 to 8, I'm going to take them all in one suite, unless anybody calls out something by exception. And also move that those be received. If I have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed, carried. Okay, so that brings us on to item 9. I don't know who's talking to that one. Mish? Yep. End of the Triennium matters. Now, it doesn't get a more exciting title than that, does it?
We couldn't think of anything more exciting, unfortunately, Mea Paula. This report is simply to tidy up a couple of matters and to confirm a delegation to the CE, which is a common practice and recommended by all councils to do, just to cover the gap between the elections and the new council coming into office. I'll take the report as read, and if there are any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It's pretty straightforward. Councillor Thompson, all in favour? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that brings me on to my Chair's report, which I'm just going to take as read, actually. It is what it is there. I don't think we really need to take any questions, but before we get into the valedictory speeches and the farewell speeches, I do want to make one personal acknowledgement from my Chair's report. And also, Andrew, so lovely to see you here. You're always welcome at these important occasions at Council as a previous Mayor. I particularly want to acknowledge Margaret Forsyth at this moment, because we must remember she started this journey with us, but she didn't get to the end of this journey with us. However, but in her spirit and heart, she still is, and she lives on through the work that she started, that Sarah and Martin picked up on her behalf, and she lives through the beautiful cherry blossom grove adjacent to Founders, and in many other ways in which she had an imprint. We'll always have an enduring memory of her. She's a very smiley and happy person. And her fantastic shoes, Angela. She had so many shoes. But look, in a serious matter, we reflect on her leadership today and we honour her leadership. So taking my Chair's report as read before we start into speeches, of which I'll start, and then just so I'll move my report. The report be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed, carried. Okay. Before I do move into my speech, I'll just let you know how I had planned to run it, so that I hopefully that works for everybody. There's not going to be any eject buttons on your seat, massive ringings of the bell. So, you know, forgive me in advance, those people who like brevity, but this is not the day for it. So, we are going to have... I'm going to speak a few words in way of opening. Then we're going from the longest serving to the shortest serving departing councillor. Then each and every one of you will have the chance to speak to, say your thanks, your considerations. Following that, you'll have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's what I'm doing with that. And then I'll say a few closing up words, and then Lance will wrap it up with his vote of thanks. We will send people into the tea room while we get rid of some public excluded minutes, which will be done like that, we hope. And then we will all enjoy each other's company for some refreshments and some more light-hearted reflections on the 3 years it's been and on our parting colleagues. So that's fine with everybody? I will proceed, thanks. 3 years, 6, 9, 15, 21, or 24 years ago, people in this room were randomly tossed together by the voters. That's how it goes. And it's a bit like having one of those bags, mystery bags of ingredients you get on a chef's show. You've got to make something from this. Here's your ingredients, get going. I think that's what it felt like. It has always felt like in politics. But I truly believe that the recipe of this council over the last 3 years turned out really, really well. We had complementary ingredients, a little sweet, sometimes salty, and sometimes a touch of sour, with plenty of crunchy bits, right? Perfect dish. Today we can thank each other for what we've achieved and what we've made, and I'll talk a little bit more about the wider team later. The main purpose today, of course, is to reflect on our long-serving councillors, those who are leaving us, to create new possibilities, new opportunities for themselves, and maybe to get some very much deserved rest and respite, some travel, Martin, looking at the sea, Dave, anything that oh, he is, he's going to build a house by the sea. And of course some travel. Whatever brings you the rest and peace that you need after working so very hard, because this is not an easy job. We know it's not an easy job. Dave, you and I have history, but not bad history. I knew you first 21 years ago when I went into the regional council, and it was transport in particular, and passenger transport, that brought our career pathways together. And I found you fantastic to work with in all that time. And just want to say, when you look at the bus system today, even though we may agree it's not perfect and has room for improvement, you can feel justifiably proud of the impact that you've had on the passenger transport system. And I was reflecting yesterday at lunch with Dave. We've had a lot of funny moments. I found a photo in my archives a little while ago of Dave and I getting on the first direct bus to Chartwell. My hair was a completely different colour back then. Yeah. And in the less formal part of the meeting later, I'll tell you about the Night Rider story, because that's quite amusing. But look, up and down the country, I spent a lot of time with ministers in recent months, and all of them have reflected and passed on their regards to you, Dave. You are respected for the work that you have done in the strategic growth and transport space, and that comes from the very top. I would like to say that you always brought a bit of crunch to work. You brought a crunch to the ingredients. Margaret Thatcher said once, you may have to fight a battle more than one time to win it. Does that resonate with you? But thank you very much for your hard work and the experience that you've brought to the portfolio of growth under the last 3 years. Clearly, we are better off by it. I hope that from Dunedin or Te Poti, you can be proud of the part that you played in shaping this city. We did laugh yesterday over some of the headaches you've given me with your direct manner. But you are always your own man with your own values, for which I respect you. Martin, if Dave was the crunch, you were the finest, smoothest butter. Always smooth and considered, with a good touch of salt. You debated all issues with fairness and with people at the heart. No, not now. Oh, terrible. Away. I apologise for that. That's terrible. So, with a touch of salt, you debated issues with fairness and with people's well-being at the heart, which is what we heard from Kote before. When your passion rose, it reminded me of a kettle coming to the boil. Your voice would go up and all passion would rise. But the aim when that occurred was not to be angry, but to fight for people. You loved so well and respected across many, you are loved so well and respected across many parts of our community, our ethnic communities in particular, but our grassroots communities, they all know who you are. There are projects that are happening in the city or have happened only with your input, and I know you wish to talk on those, so I'm not going to talk on those at this time, but I want to thank you for them. Now, moving on to other people, I think, Rob, our leader is one who, thank you, Martin. Personally, I'll not only miss your smooth presence, we're losing actually a true gentleman and a diplomat. 100% I mean that. A leader is one who out of the clutter brings simplicity, who out of discord brings harmony, and out of difficulty brings opportunity, and I think that sums you up very well. Rob, you're also a true gentleman with a huge integrity, and people know you to be honest and hardworking and fair. I'd liken you to the baking powder of this organisation, without which any recipe is set to fail. Do you like my extended metaphor, by the way, Mark? Yeah.
Self-rising.
But everything falls flat and nothing bakes successfully without it, Rob. You always ran the financial portfolios with the view that prudent management was pivotal to every part of the success of this council. My grandma raised me with a saying, look after the pennies, it's a bit of an English one, look after the pennies and the pounds will look after themselves. And you took that view around our money. You knew it was ratepayers' money, you looked after every penny. But you weren't miserly with it because you understood when we needed to save to do good things, when we needed to save and when we needed to spend to achieve good things for the city. You had a massive eye on detail. But I really want to say I will miss you. I think we've become friends and I've enjoyed working with you, and I can rely on you for sage advice at any stage, so I might still call you when you've got it. Mark, as you know, and I think I've told you, I've used this phrase about you, and I use it in the community. I said, Mark is like an Energizer bunny. He just keeps going and going and going, and I don't know where he gets the energy from. But you bring that energy and enthusiasm into the community because that's what you care about most. You're the snap, crackle and pop of our ingredients. Your enthusiasm is boundless. You've got a big heart for the community. And I'd like to say you're also the guy who puts the sprinkles on the top in this council. You bring us mirth, as someone else has said. You bring us colour. You bring us joy into what is a very hard and serious job. And the saying that I thought about when I think of you is, e aha te mea nui o te ao. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. So thank you very much for both working with me last term and working this term to really drive that community portfolio. In terms of the rest of us, I will talk a little more on that before we close the meeting, but this about sums it up. Well, you know, you need more than one instrument to make an orchestra, right? You need more than one ingredient to bake a cake. But this is the most pertinent one, by Michael Jordan, because I'm a basketball player from way back. Talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championships. So thank you to my colleagues here today. It's me. So now we're going to go in order of seniority. And Dave, you've been here a stunning 24 years. As a consequence, you get to speak first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. At the start of your speech, you mentioned that this council is made up of the salty and sweet. I'll give you one guess as to which part I come from. Wrong again, Angela. Look, I've often likened these sorts of things to speaking at your own funeral, and when I arrived today I was confronted by Angela in a black dress, and the funeral part was confirmed. And I'm sort of looking around this table here, I'm seeing that, you know, in 3 weeks, 4 of us won't have a job, but there's another 2/3 of the people here that don't know whether they'll have a job, and I'd rather be on my side of the equation there. Ewan's a bit worried now. Yeah. When I remember when I first got elected to council, and by the way, there's 2 stories to do with that. They used to call you, the governance staff, on the night of the election to say how you'd gone the results. And I still haven't been called from 1998, so I still don't know whether I was really elected or not. I just turned up and they paid me, so that was enough. But then the Waikato Times said a couple of days later, when they were discussing who'd been elected, and they said, and Dave McPherson, who has twice been thrown out of council, now has a seat on it. Because we used to have a lot of people in the back room, which often caused a bit of mayhem for the mayor at the time. Where are you, Margaret? Look, I sort of knew it was time to go about a month and a half ago when I got up a little bit late and raced to come into council, realised on my way in that I'd left my hearing aids and my false tooth behind. So it was time to go. I could absolutely see that. I did bring my glasses though. But look, slightly more seriously, I just want to reflect on a couple of things that two or three areas that I really value from my time in the council. I'm going to miss a whole lot, I know, but I came from a community development background before I came to council, before I even came to the Waikato, and I've been really happy, proud of my involvement and support for community houses and community centres and other community and recreation facilities, not just the area ones but also the sector ones and the indoor recreation facilities and things like that I've worked with Lance and others on. I think that's a major part of why Hamilton is a good place to work, live and play in when you've got those sorts of things. I'm also reflecting on our decision, this council, to institute Māori wards. When in my very first term on council, we started looking at that possibility and started discussing whether we could do it or not. It took a hell of a long time, but we got there in the end. And obviously, I think that we should have done it a long time ago. But I'm very glad that we now have done it. I think that's important for the future of the city. Also, during my time there were several occasions when I took up issues of staff rights, wages and so forth. The living wage was the highlight of that, but there were other ones earlier than that too, where we had to sort of get the CEO in the back room and at the time, not you Lance, and twist their arms a little bit, so to speak. But it's important that you actually value the lowest paid and the most hidden workers in a big organisation like this, and I certainly always try to support that, not just in our council but also our contractors and the bus drivers and things like that weren't directly council's responsibility but we had influence over. It might surprise you to know that when I first came to council I knew next to nothing about transport, but there was this NZTA regional sort of manager guy who used to come in and make presentations to us like the current one does, and one of the things I always remember saying, being a bit exasperated when we hit him up about some intersection problem or something like that, he said he claimed that Hamilton had, I think at the time, 110,000 traffic engineers. Well, that person is now working for council. A few years later, Chris changed to the lighter side, and we've got 180,000 traffic engineers in Hamilton there, still giving them grief about transport and traffic issues. But I learnt a lot over that, and including a visit overseas, the Winston Churchill Fellowship, which was really valuable to see what they're doing out other places and try and bring some of that back here. And more recently, in the last sort of 10 or 12 years, we've really seen the growth of Hamilton, and that's been an important area to make sure we're future-proofed for that growth, that we can actually handle what's coming up there. The other day, Sarah was doing an interview on Radio New Zealand. She said, can you give me some facts and figures about Hamilton's growth compared with elsewhere? So I quickly looked it up and actually found that we, over the last 10 years, we've been growing about half again as fast as Auckland or Wellington or Christchurch in this area. You know, we say it's sort of like an anecdote, but it's factual. This city is growing faster, and we need, and future councils need, to make sure we're prepared for that. Look, I just want to wind up now a little bit by saying perhaps the most important relationships in my time in council have been between the elected members and the staff and management on the, it's not on the other side, that's the wrong term to use, because we've really worked to build it as a partnership. And when I sometimes attend other councils' meetings, I can see that we've got a far more collegial relationship between, in my opinion, between our staff and our elected members, and it's a true partnership. I've never bought into the difference between governance and management, what I know drives some staff wild from time to time. It's called getting into the kitchen, isn't it, Angela? Yeah. But I think that's good, because it means that we respect their views. We don't just listen to them and discard them. We respect them in an ongoing way, and they respect ours in an ongoing way. And we don't just sort of hear from them once every 6 weeks at a council meeting. We also work with them all the days in between, and I think that's a really important thing to continue. Though I do have a classic story from one of the early managers that I was associated with. She was the general manager of the community, actually, Lance, at the time. She got exasperated with me taking the side of ratepayers a bit too much, and she said to me, "Dave, don't you know the meaning of the word no?" And I said, "I can't even spell it." So persistence is also important, and from staff as well as elected members. But I want to also comment on elected members and Mangai in general. There isn't a single one of you or previous ones that I've worked with that I haven't been able to, once the debate sort of angst has died down a bit, sit down and have a beer or a wine with. I think it's one of the values that we sort of have here. We might come in as part of teams and that, but we end up as part of a team, and I think that's been good this council, but also every other council. You'll be surprised at some of the people you might have seen me having a beer with, perhaps there. And look, I shouldn't finish without giving a lot of credit to my partner Jane and my sons Tony and Nikki for the support they have given. I know that Jane's listening on YouTube if the feed hasn't gone down, at least she was to start with. So, you know, you often sort of go off and do your stuff and forget about them, and I know I've been guilty of that from time to time, but I certainly have valued all of their support over the years that's enabled me to keep doing this, but it is time to give them a little bit more back, I think, now. And lastly, it's actually been fun on council. Some people think I'm a bit weird when I say that, but it has been fun, and I wouldn't have kept doing it if it hadn't been. Thank you.
Medal of the City of Hamilton on the top, and it recognises your long service, and we thank you.
Thanks very much.
We hope Jane can enjoy these virtually.
Third place up on the
Okay, I'm going to sit down and get up closer to the end of your speech, so give me a nod when you're nearly there, Martin. And it's my pleasure to give you the chance to speak. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. And as I have lost track of time, I arrived here in 1985. Standing orders for full council was 10 minutes speaking time and 5 minutes at committees, but you could do multiple repeats. The other thing so bear with me, Cliff Thomas, who works in the administration area, reminded me the other day he was here to meet me in 1985 when I first arrived at this council in March 1985. And I want to take this opportunity to praise him and all those other long-serving staff members who have been faithful public servants of our city, and nourish them as you do, Lance, and honour them because their institutional knowledge, Cliff and a team represent an incredible institutional knowledge for us. My speech today won't necessarily be humorous, and in those days, of course, we would stand for full council. But I do have some thank yous. Inevitably, you miss people out, and I apologise for that. I obviously want to thank my dear spouse and life partner, Gillian. I'm not allowed to say too much more, except that it was the luckiest break in my life. And dare I say it's one of life's great mysteries. And of course my very loving colleagues, Dave Mack included, and Ewan and Angela would say, well,
Why wasn't she the MP and the councillor and not you? And it's been really, the point has been made before. I just want to acknowledge all of our children and the cost to children of supporting one of their parents in public life. And it comes with a cost, and I acknowledge that, and I thank them so much for their support and their good critical analysis of my actions from time to time. I'm also going to do a quick thank for the Deputy Mayor at this point, because this is a contextual thing about views. And I remember I do read social media, right? I do read social media. I remember I was waxing lyrical about the removing of all-day parking in Rostrevor Street near the Founders Theatre, because we're wanting to see that as the great West Town, belt reserve, irrespective of the eventual outcome of the Founders Theatre site. And Jeff on his Facebook post posted my media article and said he respectfully disagreed. And this is his quote. He said, "A wonderful man, but a real left-wing ideologue." To which I say to the Deputy Mayor, I am unworthy of both compliments. I also want to thank the three mayors. As you know, I've been Deputy Mayor and I've served with three mayors, and I want to take the opportunity to honour the late Sir Ross Jansen, who in my case was a mentor back in the late 1980s. Margaret Evans, whose vision in many ways was often ahead of her time, and I acknowledge her ongoing service to our community. And more recently, Andrew King, who's with us today. As Andrew's Deputy Mayor, my life was shortened from time to time, somewhat, and I will attribute to him some grey hairs, etc. But he was a rare person in political life, in my view, who was absolutely politically courageous. And one of his big legacies, in my humble view, will be his leadership in the partnership with Maori and Tangata Whenua and Tainui in this area, not just in terms of the introduction of the excellent Manga Maori model, and I have previously was conservative on that issue. I was behind my time, actually. He saw it, and in that case I've said Andrew was right and I was wrong. But I also want to acknowledge him in terms of our pillars of wellbeing partnership. In terms of the next stage, of course, has been the Maori Awards, which we look forward to, and I think you never underestimate the huge contribution we hope and we believe absolutely that will make to this council. And personally, I do hope that you have an open mind in terms of the incredible value to us of the Manga Maori representation. I also acknowledge the previous mayor I've worked with as a councillor, Russ Remington and Julie Hardacre, and also to Paula. And I want to thank you for the current portfolios you have given me following the very sad passing of Margaret Forsyth. And as previously stated, that particular portfolio of Chair of the Environment Committee, I should really say Co-Chair of the Environment Committee, has been an enormous learning journey for me, and I've honoured before and I'll honour again today the incredible role of Sarah Thompson in taking me on that particular learning journey, and I have no doubt that if she chooses, she will make a significant contribution to the life of Kirikiriroa Hamilton in future. 3 years ago there was an issue around diversity and having a council that was more representative of the community at large, and I just in that sense want to acknowledge the arrival of Councillor Kesh and Councillor Maxine and the huge contribution you've both made in your respective portfolios. And I'm hoping personally with the vacating and the 4 vacancies that we will, and with the Maori Awards, we're going to get a council, I hope, of even greater diversity that's more representative, if you like, of the totality of our community. And Mark Donovan, if you know, you're in for a really good ride. You know, get re-elected and then you're in for a really good ride. I also want to acknowledge, dare I say it, the new mother of the house, Councillor Angela O'Leary. And I want to acknowledge, because I want you re-elected, obviously, and I acknowledge my good friend and colleague, Councillor Ewan Wilson, as the new father of the house. And I say that in jest. I say that in jest to a degree, but do not underestimate the value and the power of an institutional knowledge. That is really important in terms of a balanced team. So I really hope that you're going to be back there. I just want to briefly focus on a couple of projects that I've been involved with. And this is never about the I. Never, ever about the I. You have a privilege at a certain moment in history to be part of the we team, to be a we, part of the we. And if I have one knowledge and if I've failed to keep my ego in the top, parked away in the top drawer, then I apologise for that, because it's really about our ability to work collectively and collaboratively with the team and have, as we know, passionate disagreements. I came into this council because there was a 10,000 petition we organised as a residents' council, a 10,000 signature petition to stop heavy traffic coming down a temporary State Highway 1, Galloway Street, Peach Grove Road. And out of that led to the growth and the birth of the Ring Road Wairere Drive system. It's still a work in progress because we've got to get the eastern pathways. We've got a lot more to do. But you see, it's a we team because there was a lot of people involved, including our wonderful staff at the time. And then a lot of that work was carried on by Councillor McPherson and his team. And I want to honour him because one of his legacies is that whole transport network you have. The other issue I want to allude to, and the next two issues are really important, just to remind us all about sometimes a one vote makes the difference. As we know, we had Whaiwhakariki, Lake Whaiwhakariki Natural Reserve. We'd just about got it into a complete reserve, and there was a sort of a potential housing subdivision. In my view, if that housing subdivision had gone ahead, it would have totally compromised absolutely that incredible project. And there was a massive debate, and we got that across the line literally by one vote. But that's not about my articulateness or Ewan's vote or Angela's vote on the day or Dave Mack's vote. This is about, honouring people like Professor Bruce Clarkson and those wonderful volunteers. This is not just about us around the table. This is about honouring those incredible community heroes. Jane's here from the Pikiti Community Centre. Neil Tolan's here from the Western Community Centre. Moretta's here from the Glenview Centre. So in that sense, it's a total it's a total collective effort by us all. And if I can, one of the great issues was the achievement of the Pan-Pacifica Hub being located on Hinimoa Park. And that was lots of toing and froing. And Lance, close your ears. One of the things you need to do as a councillor is sometimes get a staff report that gives the recommendation that you want to see. And that's lots of diplomacy and a bit of gentle toing and froing, because that is the art of politics. We finally did get the staff report that we wanted to see. Thank you, Lance, and the team. And then the issue of whether the Pan-Pacifica Hub would be located at Hinimoa Park came to a community committee meeting that Paula Southgate was chairing, and I put up the motion with Paula that it be located. And as those of us who were at that time remember, the vote was evenly split. So it was Paula's casting vote, literally Paula's casting vote at the time, that got that particular project across the line. Was that my effort? Was that Paula's effort? No. It was the effort of incredible people like Elizabetta and Noel Corrales and the Cote Pacifica team and their vision. And it was a huge moving honour for me today for them to be present. I just have to also thank. I talked before about the staff people that work with you, and it is my, and I'm not, well, I will embarrass her, but it's my privilege and pleasure to have from my previous parliamentary life, Maxine Gillard, who was my long-serving electorate agent. I want to also acknowledge Becca and Amy and the team at governance, because they are the key people. You have your family, and then you have those people who work really closely with you. Your so-called career as an elected member totally relies on that partnership, respectful partnership. And to them, I pay huge collective honour. I think, Your Worship, the Mayor, I love the word Your Worship, that's what we've done. I think in terms of the 1985 standing orders, I have probably used my 10 minutes. And I just want to say the biggest thanks also go to the people of Kirikiriroa Hamilton, who have given me this incredible opportunity to work with and serve them over many years. And I have just met some amazing, amazing people. And for them, the highest accolade I can pay is I thank them from the bottom of my heart for the incredible privilege they gave me to serve the city of Kirikiriroa Hamilton. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Remind you of all the great work you've done, and I did want to add just one more thing: your role in civics this term, and making sure that all people are honoured. It's down to you. So thank you very much. All right, Rob, the ball's in your court.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and as the quietest person sitting around the room, I feel honoured to make this relatively short speech. And this has been the shortest 9 years of my life. And before going through a whole series of thanks and highlighting some of the aspects, I just want to do a brief summary of the significant help and support from so many people over almost the last decade. So look, I'd just like to start off by thanking friends, family and supporters who voted for me in all three elections in which I sought to serve them. I came from a background where I was known in certain areas but not, as I was told at the time, sufficiently well known to get across the line with enough votes, but I did. And, you know, when you think back to campaign times, there's a heck of a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes that nobody really sees, you know, putting up those blessed signs, getting people to host the signs, going back and repairing them, and there's the financial and in-kind support. Arranging meetings, delivering pamphlets, parking the smart car in the right parts of town that didn't result in a complaint from somebody, and in many, many other ways to get a message across. So I'm truly indebted to those many, many people who obviously I can't thank today. My family, I think there's been past touches on the importance of family in a job and position like this. Trish, who is my wife of nearly 50 years, who provided love, support, and never-ending support in the highs and lows of political life. And most of us sitting around the table will know what they're like, and made sure that I stayed true to the plan that I had. Sarah, Susan and Laura, our three daughters, and their spouses for their consistent support and for the heavy lifting at times. And I was reminded this morning by one councillor sitting around the table here who worked with Susan, who was told as a previously non-voting resident of the city who he should vote for in the next election. So thanks, Mark. You were one of those who helped get me over the line. Our 5 grandchildren who helped maintain the signs, delivering the pamphlets, pushing political messages at their school. And you know, the youngest, who at 6 months heckled Leo Tooman during his swearing-in speech. You've all done, to my family, you've all done community service in supporting me through this period. My parents, I do want to honour my mum and dad, who soon after my birth were living in the Hamilton Transit Camp in Palmerston Street, which was the 1950s version of emergency housing while they waited for a state house to become available. They worked hard during their lives, leaving me with a strong work ethic and also the value of gaining a good education. Remembering my colleagues, interestingly, I am the longest serving councillor for the East Ward, and my retirement after 9 years allows for a refresh of new minds, some fresh thinking, to come on board and continue the journey for improving our wonderful city. But I wish today to remember 2 East Ward councillors, Philip Young and Margaret, who's already been remembered earlier today. Both died in office, and I remember them often with pride as colleagues and as good friends. Colleagues and staff, I thank you for all working with me, and I think there's been anecdote discussion today about how we work best when we work together rather than working on our own or in small groups. I have no doubt from my years in business, the best outcomes are achieved by collaborative work and with those around you. In the political environment, this can be difficult at times, and it shouldn't be. The last 3 years have proved that it is possible. As always, the organisation drives best with competent and ethically honest staff. I've always found working with management is better than constantly working against them or challenging them. The outcomes being sought are more often the same and can be achieved more quickly and efficiently working together. And this has been a highlight of my 9 years with the firm. My journey, I came to council on a ticket to improve accountability. I felt I could use my 35 years experience and training, being a business owner in the city and a practicing chartered accountant. I followed this 35 years with 5 years in academia, teaching at Wintec, the University of Waikato, and the graduates at the Professional Accounting School. I found when I arrived there was a need to ask questions of management and of colleagues. I suspect I gained a reputation for this, remembering one colleague who presumably became sick of me holding the floor on questions, timed my questions one day and reported this down to the second during his debate. The comfort then came from another colleague who in retirement commented that he wished he'd asked more questions during his time around the council table. I'm remembering here a famous Dr. Seuss quote, "Be who you are and say what you feel, because those who mind don't matter and those who matter don't mind." As you would expect, my focus and that expected of me would be at the business end of council, driving for a better city, along with some value for our long-suffering ratepayers. I'm grateful to 2 of the 3 mayors I have served with, who saw value in me being the council appointment as Chair of Finance. Financial strategies, balancing the books, better reporting, getting the best value where possible for residents, have all seen me really being described, and thank you for the comment earlier, Paula, of being a Scrooge or a Grinch. I'm comforted and proud hearing of 2 external agencies who have in recent months given Council a hearty tick on our financial direction, the Office of the Auditor General on our financial strategy, and just this week, Standard & Poor's on our AA- stable rating. But with the abacus put to one side, my journey has included, beyond finance, improving and working in other areas of council, and I'm truly indebted to my colleagues for allowing me to do this and be part of the working team. And I look back on a number of wins that we've got in the city over those 9 years. We've seen the development and rollout of community and destination playgrounds. I was involved in the master plan for the review and upgrade of the zoo, and we're starting to see that happen now. Part of the team, I was part of the initial team set up to revitalise the CBD, which was really dying at the time, and the river projects, and now we're seeing council as a major enabler, working with business and the residents to repurpose the CBD and maximise the beauty and the utilisation of our unique river. Serving as the city's international sports ambassador, that was one of the highlights. We had some wonderful events in the 9 years in the international sporting area, and I was really pleased to be part of that. I'm losing my voice now. I worked closely with the late Philip Young and the Huntington community and found how easy it was working together that we could get some good outcomes in the transport in and out of their community along busy roads. I've worked with Marilyn, Virginia, and the passionate Friends of the Hamilton Gardens, and we've seen some really significant growth and enhancement of the gardens over the 9 years. I represented the city with Councillor Martin at the sister city Chengdu a few years ago, and that certainly was a highlight of my 9-year stint. But above all, I think one of the wins that we have succeeded on in the last 9 years is increasing the community ownership or co-ownership of the community with the community of city assets. To set better outcomes and improve their use. With direct community commitment, good governance and robust budgets, this has been proven possible during my time here. Successes include the Meteor Theatre, Clarence Street, Peak Trust, the new Regional Theatre, and there's a number of others in the pipeline. There are others to be explored and aligned into this model. But if there was a disappointment, to me, it has to be in the water space. When we were unable to convince our neighbouring councils, and with some misgivings within this council, to centralise free water delivery through a locally owned council control company. Now we're being dragged into a central government model that no one wants. And so it's off to other adventures in life. Often when you think you're at the end of something, you're at the beginning of something else. This triennium has been exceptional in terms of getting down to work with city business and making it a better city. I hope this continues into the next term, and I wish that council, those returning and the newly elected councillors, every success in completing the work underway. And there's lots of jobs in progress that I'd really like to still be here to see finished, but that's going to be the case at the end of every term, and finding better ways to advance this wonderful city. A concern for the whole of the local government is the flood of change being directed to the sector now by central government, much of which lacks proper consultation, has little and positive outcomes for local communities, and aims for badly planned implementation. It's easy for government to criticise the sector for old thinking and old ways, but local government is much closer to its community than central government ever could be. Continued poor consultation and failure will lead to poor outcomes. And couple this with the disappointing and poor delivery of the reforms we've already seen to date from the current government, it highlights exactly what is and could happen. And so a final quote, and I had a couple here to choose, and I'll choose the one that I think is best. Life's too short to wake up with regrets, so love the people who treat you right, forgive the ones who don't, and believe that everything happens for a reason. If you get a chance, take it. If it changes your life, let it. Nobody said it would be easy. They just promised it would be worth it. Thank you.
Right. Mark, over to you. And just before you begin, because I know that I wouldn't want to interrupt your flow or eloquence, councillors, we will listen to Mark's speech and then we'll have a comfort stop, right? And as everybody's going, phew, and everybody can grab themselves a cup of tea or something, come back in here. We'll listen to the rest of the speeches after that. Thanks. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Apologies in advance for any snappy, crackly or poppy language that might pop into this. They're all direct quotes from people, okay? So, but we're all adults here, so just block your ears at certain times. I'd like to start, though, with a quote, as my friend Rob finished with a lovely quote. My quote goes, "Whakanui te mana o tangata. Whakanui te mana o tangata." We assume positive intentions and uphold the mana of the people. And one of the greatest joys for me, having had the privilege of serving for 6 years, has been the fact that every one of these great minds, someone said it before, has the same intention. We all want to make the best for our community. How we do it and how we think it's going to get there is quite different. And that's the thought that's carried me through some pretty tough times in the last 6 years. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Who gets to do this? Who gets to do the kind of things we do? We do. The fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I am so, so grateful. Who gets to fix intersections that save lives? Who gets to build playgrounds? Who gets to build theatres, to build paths over parks? Who gets to build domes over swimming pools, fund the arts community, stop lawns becoming car parks, and help build zoo entrances? Who gets to do this? Who gets to do the kind of things that we get to do? We do. We're the fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I'm so grateful. Who gets to build entranceways over museums, fix community halls, create cycle-friendly bridges, Rob, build libraries in suburban villages, neuter hundreds of stray cats and allocate $1 million to needy groups in lockdowns? Who gets to do this? Who gets to do these kind of things? We do. We're the fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I'm so grateful. Who gets to influence the way people manage their rubbish every day, how they flush their toilet, go to work and back, and even how they cremate their loved ones? We do. We're the fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I'm grateful. But who has to sit through 18-hour meetings, 6.5-day annual plan meetings, and get told they're absolute trash by complete strangers on Facebook and in the street? Who gets to feel guilty when they hear sirens in their community and wonder if they could have done more? Who gets to feel responsible when there's a traffic jam or a water leak? Who gets to put their reputation on the line for people they don't know and gets to do that every day of their lives? Who gets to spend thousands of their own dollars to ask complete strangers for the permission to do it again for another 3 years? We do. Why? Because we're the fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I'm really grateful. So I remember swearing in day, 27th of October 2016, and this was really significant because that was my 50th birthday. I thought, this is all working out perfectly. But it got put off a week because someone was only a few votes behind and was going for a bloody recount. So I got sworn in a week and a half later, and it was magnificent. Richard Briggs had called me and said, "You are now a councillor-elect. You have no powers. After you're sworn in, you'll be a councillor and you'll have even less than that." So I had my first meeting with Andrew in the mayor's office. I thought, this is pretty cool. And he gave me no jobs, no responsibility, which was absolutely fine, because I didn't even know what an annual plan was. So here we were, trying to get our head around this massive, massive job. About a year later, I started to get a hang of it, and then I got bored. And I remember going to Andrew. I said, "Andrew, I'm getting bored. And I'll warn you now, because of my personality style, when I get bored, I get a little bit mischievous and a little bit destructive." So he said, he made a call to Dave and said, "Dave, you've got a bit too much on." And Dave gave me rubbish. So I'd gone from a career of talking rubbish to a new career of talking rubbish. It was. And I've got to tell you, I loved it. I absolutely adored it. There were some fantastic things I learned. Got a trip to Melbourne out of it to look in their recycling bins and look at under their buildings. And no, seriously, it was absolutely magnificent. It was really incredible. And I'll never forget the quote. It was the wonderful Charlotte Katmer who said, you know, when, I'm pretty sure it was her, she said, when you take an animal to the vet, you look at their waste and it shows you their health. And it's the same with the community. And goodness me, you know that if that part of your body isn't working, you know it real well. So I loved it. And I got to usher in this magnificent new system that people had worked so long for. And that was really cool, a $92 million contract. Wow, who gets to do that? We do. We're the fortunate ones. Then Dave gave me traffic, Access Hamilton. Oh, I adored that, absolutely loved that. I don't know that Robin loved me loving that, but, you know, I loved it. There was born the Claudelands Bridge. Woohoo! Magnificent. Wonderful piece of engineering. Cycleways. Got to work on those. Vision Zero. Loved it. Just loved it. Then on November the 17th, 2017, I did a stupid thing. I forwarded someone a picture off Facebook without looking at it properly. And within an hour, she'd written an article on spin-off. Red Radio, Big Bad National Radio picked it up. And within minutes, the world was at my door, waiting to nail my butt to the floor. And I'll never forget, the very next morning, I was with Andrew at the airport, and we're off down to Christchurch on a recycling trip. And I said to Andrew, we might have a bit of a problem. You might get a couple of calls. He says, I know. His phone was just riddled with phone calls from media. Mine was riddled from phone calls from media. And it was just horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And I'll never forget two things that happened on that, or three things actually, three things. My daughter in tears going, "What are they doing to you, Dad? What are they doing to you?" I said, "Just hang in there, honey, we'll get through this." And it was one of the scariest moments of my life, listening to my crying teenager after that had happened. I remember sitting in the lounge bar of a hotel, and there was the rubbish guys, Dave was there, and I was just feeling just completely stunned. And I said, "Oh goodness, there's going to be a disciplinary hearing. What does that mean?" Dave goes, "Don't worry about it, I've had hundreds of the bloody things." Never forget it. And the third thing was sitting in the plane. We were finally in the plane the next day, waiting to go home. Now, I'll warn you, if you ever get yourself in shtuk and you suddenly become the feature in the stuff narrative, don't read the comments. So I was sitting in the plane reading the comments. Scroll, 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 scroll. And one of the comments jumped out at me and said, "He's sitting in the plane on the way to Christchurch, 4 lines in front of me. Go get him at Hamilton." I thought, well, there they were, right behind me.
Oh,
Now, there was a beautiful little adjunct that not many people know about this story, is that on the way home, 4 rows behind me, they were having a real crack at me. They didn't realise that over the aisle from them was Trent. And now we all know Trent, he's a magnificent man. And here's the first swear word. He leaned across and said, "He's a good bastard. You say any more, I'm going to fucking thump you." Trent had my back. And I'll never, ever forget that. I'll never forget it. I got home and landed, and I got a call from Calvin Powell. He goes, "Oh, you might notice a few extra police cars outside your house. There's been a death threat." I was like, "Oh, my goodness." He said, "Do you want to know who it was?" I said, "No, I don't want to know." So when I got home, there was an email from Calvin telling me who it was. And there were lots of police cars, but it was really, really frightening. It was just way out of control, way out of control. But what upset me the most was that I had done something really stupid. Intentions were fine, stupidity was high. And what really, really upset me is I had dishonoured Philip Young's job, because I had been given that job after Philip had passed on, and I had cocked it up. It showed me who the good ones were, who were the ones who were there dancing on my political grave, and who was right behind me. I made some really good friends out of that, and I'll never forget that experience, and I never will, but boy, I've learned. Not many people know, actually, I had a breakdown 3 months after that, and there's nothing like standing in the beach in Whangamata when all the families are playing, and you're standing there crying, and there's tears and snot going everywhere. And I thank my amazing wife, Karen, and my wonderful kids who stood by me and got me through that. It was a hell of a time. I think I grew as a man as a result. But the flip side of that is, where you grow is you grow a shell, and you get tougher in this gig. You get a lot tougher. And you get witty, and you get smart, and things hit you, but they bounce off, and they don't hurt quite so much. But what I have discovered in recent times is that, yeah, sure, nothing can get in, but not much can get out either. And so that is one of the reasons for my moving on. I want to crack that shell, let a bit more light in, let a bit more light out. So I think I'm at my best when my heart and mind are working together. And I'm looking forward to rediscovering that person, and who knows, maybe coming back one day and bringing it back in. Who gets to do this? Who gets to do the kind of things we do? Who gets to feel like a real leader? We do. And speaking of real leaders, there was a memory of leadership that I was totally inspired by, and that is a picture I'll always keep in my mind. It was the day of the mosque shooting. And I remember driving past the mosque about 3 or 4 times, and every single time, over the space of about 3 hours, Andrew was standing outside in his mayoral robes in the gate, standing there, almost as if he was protecting it. I thought that was very, very cool leadership. And we had the vigil the very next day, and it was an amazing event. I remember looking around, seeing the colours, just seeing the people, listening to Andy Mannering's mellifluous tones. Gosh, he was good that day. He was really good. He was amazing. And I was standing there, and we were singing Tu Te Mai Ngā Iwi, and someone reached and grabbed my right hand, and someone reached and grabbed my left. And I looked across, and it was a Somalian guy and a Māori guy. And I looked around this crowd of people, and I thought, wow, there was a sea of colour. And I thought to myself, golly, when did that change? When did we become this city? And I loved it. It felt amazing. And that, I thought, gee, how easy it is to get into our silos and not see this changing around us. But boy, I was so blessed to be able to see Kirikiriroa Hamilton at its very best, at its most painful moment, but at its very best. And then that night, when they were talking about, don't do it, you know, people may come and, you know, there may be copycat killers, I thought, bugger it, I'm going to stand up front and I'm going to lead. And I felt like a civic leader for the real first time that night. It was amazing. What I saw there is really the future of this little town in my eyes. This place where not only do people from other countries come and feel safe, but they choose to thrive not by learning only about the Aotearoa way of life, but also from the other cultures who have also chosen to be here. Imagine how crazy good this place can be if we let that happen. Let's not spend all our time looking at the past. Let's look at writing the future of Hamilton and making this place absolutely fantastic. Another memory, while I've got Andrew just on my page here, I'll never forget. Andrew had a habit, and it was reminded to me as Rochelle came in with the chains earlier on. Andrew used to bring the chains in a plastic bag, you know, like a shopping bag. You may remember them, Sarah, they were curious. There's these plastic things that they used to, you know, and he put them up there, and he got talking to someone. And then there was this moment of sheer horror when he realised they had gone missing. And they were like $60,000 worth of chains, and he just went pale white. He was whispering away, making sure that no one ever knew that he had lost the flippin' metal chains. And then he looked across at me, and I was wearing them. Yes, I'll never forget. There was a look of relief, joy, and laughter. It was fantastic fun. Who gets to do this? Who gets to do these kind of things? The fortunate ones. It's a privilege, and I'm so, so grateful. Then Paula became mayor. congratulations, I said to her, that's great, I want to be your deputy or I want traffic and infrastructure. So she gave me community. And I loved it, just loved it. And I think, Kesh, we did okay. We did okay. We brought in a lot of stuff that other people started, and I'm so proud of that. And it's been a privilege to work with that group. But we are the Zoom generation. We are the Zoom council. And you remember when we went into lockdown, we didn't even know what flipping Zoom was at that point. And all of a sudden I realised that you lot could get into my lounge and I couldn't get away from you. And I'll never forget one day, and we all went through these days, we'd get up really early. Kesh, you remember these days, we'd get up at like 6:30, not that we remember getting up, there's not a rumour, but we remember we'd start work at 7:30 on the phone, and we'd have 3 or 4 of these allocation meetings. We would be trying to give out funds to these community groups, and I'll never forget how proud I was of the resilience of our wonderful community during that time. And we were up from 7:30, there was Zoom meetings, community group Zoom meetings, funding allocations. I had a call from Margaret Forsyth at the time, and she said, you'll get a call from Patakakai, I'm trying to help them out desperately. And I remember we worked all day, and it was about 9:30, 9:45, and I'd just come in from leaving food on my own letterbox for these people to come and collect for their pantry, and I got a call from the Waiata Times saying, so, you're taking a pay cut? And I thought, wow, that really sums it up. But I really got to like Zoom. I really loved Zoom, actually. In fact, I loved changing my name on Zoom, making a background out of Rob's and Martin's face, watching the confusion ensue, changing my name to Rob's and writing obscene things in the chat. Rob threatening me with legal action if I used his face without permission. And I remember making secret funny faces and driving Angela into hysterics. We would have our laughs as I'd sort of pull my glasses out and we'd just do stupid things because it was fun. And if you were to ask me if it was always coffee in my coffee cup, I'd be lying if I said yes. And I do actually remember one of our annual plan meetings having to look back at the recording to see what I'd actually said the night before. I remember one meeting I got so bored I moved my entire office around without anyone noticing. And in another one of Angela's meetings I made a beautiful, delicious pie, apple pie from scratch. Remember that? It was magnificent. I'd like to think I got really good at Zoom backgrounds, and thankfully for all of you the restrictions changed and we came back to the chambers just as I was discovering how to put music underneath my speeches. And there were some really funny bits in Zoom as well. Watching Martin's giant wrinkly finger as he'd reach up to hit his button. It was almost scary. Maxine, I'm not sure if you know of our kia ora game, but every time you said kia ora, about 4 or 5 of us would actually have to stand up and sit down. We got really fit. Yeah. And I'll never forget that night that Ewan accidentally left his mic on. Ewan had this habit of dictating his texts. You remember this, Ewan? And I'll never forget, he'd been having a go at how much Paula's press secretary was being paid or something like that, and he yelled into his phone, "Paula's secret is out!" And he'd left his microphone on, and we all went, "Oh, that's embarrassing." But I wasn't exempt. I was sitting in the Civil Defence Emergency Management meeting. They were dire. It was Hugh Verco at his best, and Maxine rang. You remember this? So, please block your ears here. So I put it on mute, and I said, "Oh, thank God you called, Maxine. I'm in the most fucking boring meeting ever." Then I heard the meeting go quiet, and I heard Hugh go, "Councillor Bunting! Councillor Bunting!" Always did my head in. Chairing over Zoom was a heck of a skill, and I think many years of operating a radio studio had still been good stead for that. And I'm really proud of chairing. Chairing was, for me, the find of the term. And I remember asking, and I was very cunning, because I found the people who would probably give me a hard time, you know, as the new guy up there. There was Ewan, there was Dave, there might be Angela, there was Martin, so I rang them all and asked them for advice. How do I do this? I know, and it worked really well. But some of the greatest advice was actually from Richard, who said, listen, your job in there as the chair is not to be the man. It's there to get the best out of the group. So I wrote on a little piece of paper, and I still have it there in front of me at these meetings, and that was firm, fair and friendly. And I thought, gee, just do that and you'll be fine. And I became really, really proud of sitting in that chair over there. And I'm sorry if it sounds immodest, but I'm thrilled to have been given the opportunity to lead you lot during those community meetings. It's been so challenging and so rewarding. And I don't know which meeting it was, and I had this funny thought and started giggling to myself, and I think it was Kesh who said, "What are you laughing at?" I said, "Oh, nothing," but I'd had this vision. And I realised that sitting up there was kind of like driving a huge bunch of plough horses, you know. And you have this massive power in front of you, this intellectual grunt. And some of those horses break away, some of the horses are young and skittery, and some are gentle, and some are plodding, some not off, some have their blinkers on, and sometimes some will lift their tail and dump all over you. But when they're all in step, they're all pulling together and they're all working in sync, there is no comparison to that power that you feel in this room. It's incredible. So holding those reins has been amazing. So Paula, I thank you for the privilege. It's a punishing job. I remember one week in particular. It was a terrible week. The childcare allowance. You eggs who had all supported it last time decided it was a double dip. And I thought, hang on, that's not fair. And I stuck up for the thing, and I made the mistake of engaging with the Rotatuna Facebook group on it. We thought you were one of us. You're wasting our money. You're wasting our money. You're wasting our money. And so my right-wing friends were just hammering me from over here. The next week was Māori wards. That was brutal. And while I'm cool with the outcome, the process was brutal. And so we had put this motion through to say, hang on, let's just go to the community and wait and see, because this is huge. This is huge. So the left wing were going, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They were bamming me from both ears. So I rang my daughter Penny, and she said, don't worry, Dad, the Rangers still love you. And on the childcare allowance, it's on record. It wasn't a benefit. You could apply for it, and as a result, shock horror, no one's applied for it. So I think we've lost an opportunity there. Māori wards came in. That was a huge, huge, huge time. But again, I'm urging us to look forward here. This is an opportunity, and I'll never forget this day. We'd just changed the street name from Montemski to Putikitiki Street. Oh, we were the toast of the country, national radio, News Hub, News Talk ZB, everyone loved us. Taina, we were very pleased. And I remember Tuku Morgan had been in here on Zoom, passionately talking about the pain those street names were causing. And so we changed the name after a really hearty debate and some really strong views. Great steps were taken where we're told things were looking so much better, and then the very next day, 3 young Māori kids aged 7 to 10 broke into Chawa, and one of them fell off the roof. There's a lot of work to do, and I urge the new holders of the Māori seats and those who are backing them to really get in there, work hard, and take some strong leadership in dealing with youth crime and the stuff that's not quite so glossy.
I'm going to have to say ding, ding shortly, Mark,
Yep,
but you know.
on the last page.
Thank you.
One of the greatest privileges was working with Margaret, how brave she was, that unimaginable pain that she went through for years that we all knew and no one else did. Mm-hmm. I remember we were down to one last speech, and it was something about the annual plan. I think it was the pool dome. But late in the day, and Margaret had messaged me and said, look, I don't think I can do this. I'm knackered. So I texted her, I messaged her and said, Forsyth, we're tied against Australia. World Cup final. 3 minutes to go. Forsyth, you're on. And that huge Margaret smile came on, and she breathed in and she knocked that speech out of the park. She nailed it. I was so, so proud. And one of my proudest days and saddest days was being the celebrant at her funeral. So I'm sorry to disappoint those who were expecting a poem today, but I have got one.
Oh, be afraid, be very afraid.
No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. But not before I mention just a couple of cute little foibles that have kept us all amused, or kept me amused for the last 6 years in some of those slightly drier meetings. Like Dave always starts his speech with, thanks, Madam Chair, and then normally tears into me. Ewan will always start his speech with, yeah, thanks, like that, yeah, thanks. Martin will always build up like one of those big World War II hand-wound fire sirens. Angela will use the word look. 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 You won't now. You won't now. Sarah's use of the phrase, in a sense, and in terms of, and the word is want, not want. Want. Okay. Donnie's booming dad jokes, the way you think Rob has finished a question and then it carries on. Ollie's booming loud voice, and Norm's, there's an old saying that goes, and off it goes. Maxine's Kia ora stand-up game. My dear friend Jeff's great whistle. And that game we used to play on the board of who's going to speak last. We all jumped around each other trying to turn the off button on. I want to mention my beautiful wife Karen, the love of my life, and I want to thank the partners. This is very hard on all the partners, particularly near this time of the term, because throughout the term we've all come home battered and bruised, and we've all gone home going, bloody Ryan, he's done this, and they'll go, Yeah. The very next day you go home and you go, I was having this great beer with Ryan today, and they go, but I thought we didn't like Ryan. They just... By the end of the term, they don't know who to like, so they just hate them all. So, yeah. I remember Angela telling me once there's no friends in politics, and I don't say that to embarrass you, Angela. I say that because I think I've proved you wrong here. I think I've proved you wrong. You are my mate, despite some politics that we've been through. Yeah. You can run, but you can't hide. I came into this job with you as a mate, and I still leave this place with you as a mate. So you're wrong. There are friends in politics, and I'm proud to have you as one of them. There are friends you go into politics with, like Ryan and Donnie, and you leave just the same with better war stories. The friends you didn't know you had, but you end up as great mates, like Kesh. And then there are special ones where you go into politics with as friends and you come out as brothers, like my dear friend Jeff. There are those you'll end up sharing a whiskey with on their porch in Dunedin one day, whether he's there or not. Or the beach house in Waihi Beach, hint, hint. And of course, there will always those of you who will be my friends one day again, after some time. But there are great friends in politics. So, the poem. I've written this one, it's written set on the night of October the 7th, 2022. 'Twas the night before elections, and all through the town, the townsfolk delighted. Those damn street signs were down. Some said vote for Southgate, others for Jeff, Hamilton for Hamilton, some just yelled cash. Some anti-Three Waters, some anti-vaccine, some covered whole buildings, and they were Maxines. Sarah's were green, Donovan's blue, Dave was shit stirring, so up his went too. The candidates' meetings, they'd come and they'd gone. Some speeches were clever and some were just wrong. We'd all tried to charm, to look clever and cute, and tried to avoid touching Jack Gielan's white suit. The campaign had been gruelling, it had taken its toll. All the words had been spoken, all the promises sold. The clock had passed midnight. Had they done enough? The candidates were sleeping and dreaming of stuff. Sarah was dreaming of bike lanes and trees. Angela of pipes carrying jobbies and wheeze. Donnie was dreaming, give me please just more than a year. Ryan was dreaming of deputy mayor. Kesh, she was dreaming of staying the course. And Ewan was dreaming of Ewan, of course. Amari's seat was the sweet dream of wonderful Tipora. And Maxine was sleeping. Kia ora. Jeff Taylor was dreaming about mayoral work and Paula was having nightmares about that bloody purple shirt. As for me and McPherson and Martin and Rob, well, we're all dreaming of what's our next job. And into our non-council beds we were tucked. We were sleeping quite soundly. We don't give a... For crying out loud, do you think I would swear while reporters are looking through those cameras up there? I've learned to be proper, far more restrained. I can promise you no second coming today. Election day came. The mood was bemused. STV had made all the computers confused. All the ones had been minus, the sixes redacted, the fives and the fours had been squared and subtracted, the threes were now 13s and ticks were all goners, and please would you bow to her worship, Mayor Donna. So now I call time on this place that I have loved. I leave on my own terms before I get shoved. I've helped run a city. Of that I will boast. But it's the people I've worked with that I'll miss the most. So perhaps I was useful. Maybe I moved it. But I depart with this prayer. I hope I improved it. For you are all Hamilton's wisdom and might. Best of luck to you all. And to all a good night. So you're in charge. History doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme. Who gets to do this? Who gets to do the kinds of things we do? We do. We're the fortunate ones. It's a privilege. I'm so, so grateful. Thank you. Come on, bring it in. You know you want to. Thanks, mate.
councillors, guests, we are going to adjourn for 10 minutes. Please grab yourself a cup of tea, have a toilet break, and we'll come in and listen to the rest of the speeches. Thank you. for chat over lunch, and even for those who can join us for a beverage. That's what it is, isn't it, Dave? A beverage later at the tapper. Right.
2 minutes for all of us.
Happy.
We're all getting hangry. Yeah, we'll start with
All right. Thank you. We've had all of those that are knowingly departing, speaking, and thank you very much for those beautiful reflections. We appreciate it. So now we're going to go around the elected members. I have allowed for 5 minutes, but if you don't need 5 minutes, you know, yeah. And then we'll finish with the Mangai at the end, if that's okay. And then we will, of course, be able to finish with our Waiata. I've got a few bits of my business to do as well. But okay, I'm apropos of no particular order whatsoever. I'm going to start at one end and go around. So, Angela, you're first.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, there's a list here, but not that. No.
Well, that would be random. Then we'll go around that way.
Can you put the first one? So, look, I'm not going to, this is not about me, this is not about me seeking re-election, and I just want to acknowledge Councillor Mark, Councillor Martin and Councillor Rob. I think other people will talk eloquently about you, but I just want to say how much I've respected you and how much I've really enjoyed working with you, and I wish you all the best. But today, for me, I have one target in mind. And there's a bit of a hint on who that is. So, Dave, this one is about you. I can only speak about Dave since I've known him during my political career. But seriously, who could remember all of the things that Dave has championed, that he has fought against, that he has fought for? Certainly not me. I'm not qualified for that. But I will briefly talk about the Dave who I've come to know, and there are 3 of them. One of the first things told to me when I first got elected back in 2007 was, you better watch out for that Dave Mackey's a bugger. He's tough, look out for him, watch your back. And I thought to myself, yeah, all right, okay, whatever. And I met him, and I thought, oh, well, you know, he seems sweet. Yeah. And, but this isn't even one of the 3 Daves that I'm going to talk about. This isn't one of the 3 Daves I've come to know. This is just Dave. This is like regular Dave or pre-Dave. So upon entering the chamber for my first time, it was then that I met first Dave. This guy. And I thought, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, might be something to this rumour. I can see this first Dave might be something to be wary of. First Dave could filibuster his way through an argument without even drawing a breath. First Dave took no pauses. First Dave took no prisoners. First Dave didn't appear to even blink. He just stared, and an avalanche of words, knowledge and persuasion that inevitably beat down his opponents followed. And sometimes you survived first Dave to live another day. But just when you thought, yeah, okay, you know, maybe he's winning this argument, but maybe I am. Just when you think he might be moving to your side of the ledger, and you're feeling pretty good about your argument, right around the corner, when you least expect it, comes second Dave. Now, I know that you're actually all thinking, I've got these slides wrong, but I haven't. This might look like pre-Dave, like Dave, regular Dave, but don't be fooled, because this most certainly is second Dave. And if you survive first Dave and then suddenly, unexpectedly pop second Dave, and you think, okay, yeah, I'm winning this argument, well, you're an idiot. Because following very closely behind every second Dave is the weapon of mass destruction. Yes, you guessed it, it's third Dave. Actually, Dave, I've got to say, that's quite hot. And when third Dave appears, it's every man and every woman for themselves. There is no running from third Dave. There is no hiding from third Dave. Third Dave will look for you. Third Dave will find you. And third Dave will kill you. As this guy frequently finds out. He's the guy from, he's your best friend from, yes, Taxpayers Union. And there's and if you think third Dave face-to-face is brutal, wait till you meet third Dave on social media. So let's just move back to pre-Dave for a while so we can all catch our breath. But actually, you know what? While it's really well known that if you're on the wrong side of Dave, you're at the mercy of all three Daves, when you have the Daves on your side, you can achieve anything. The three Daves are an unstoppable force. Dave took me to my first protest in my first term to stop a liquor store in Martin Road from opening up, and he did that with Sarah recently. Dave, along with Martin and Ewan, helped us save the Frankton markets. The Daves I know have built streets, roads, and have built the city. The Daves have given us a passenger transport, fought against the spread of liquor stores, pokie machines and brothels. The Daves have fought with government agencies, challenged staff to always do better, lobbied for the community in only a way that a Titan truly does. And the one thing I know for certain is that the Daves fight for what is inherently right and just, and I greatly admire them for that. Dave is a warrior for what he believes in and a political giant to me, in this chamber and through my political career. We've swapped recipes, we've shared preserves, he's brought me fruit from the farm. And while the many Daves and I haven't always agreed, mostly actually we have, the many Daves have taught me the value of good political debate, and with that, what amazing feats we can achieve for the people we serve. So thanks, three Daves. I'll miss you all. I will have you on speed dial every time I hear you in my head yelling at me saying, "Come on, Ange, channel your inner Daves." Thanks.
Councillor Max.
Thank you. It's a stand-up today, and I'm really grateful to be able to do that. When I was elected to council, I came from the union movement, and that was a place where there were champions of the community, where your objectives were all agreed, a place where everybody knew what they were fighting for, and a collective response was absolutely in the interests of the common good. To be elected as an individual in a new environment and a competitive rather than a cooperative situation was a complete flip and really foreign to me. I was looking for my tribe, and I didn't have to look very far to find it in Martin and Dave. I thank you for all the support that you've given me in setting myself up into council, and the vast experience that you've shared and the things that I've learned from you through this. Dave, it's the never ever give up, and Martin, it's the always be nice about it. So I thank you for those things. We've shared an understanding based on those real solid principles of what's good for the social, and with a dose of reality and a measure of what's possible. Thanks for always being the bedrock, the champions, the community heroes that we can rely on. Your presence will be missed and impossible to replace. Thank you. To my chair, Rob, thank you for always being such a professional man, a critical eye with the numbers, and using your skills from your previous life, bringing those into council for us all to be able to benefit from. You always held up reports to the light to find the truth, and that will be missed. Seriously though, you're not just the serious money man. We could always rely on you to turn up at community events and important meetings, and I respect that enormously.
Here, here.
Mark, you're a man of the community. You've got a bigger mouth than I've got, and I really respect that. Thank you. You're always available for the community, and you can always be relied on to have an opinion. And that's not always easy to do in a world where it's easy to be criticised for having an opinion. So I honour that. And as the highest polling candidate in the 2019 election, obviously your community sees that in you too, and so losing you is a loss for us and for our community. So thank you to the Fab Four for all that you've done in your time on council. We'll be a different place without you, but know that there's going to be a life beyond the hundreds of pages of reading and the hours and hours of meetings. Enjoy that. Paula, I'd like to honour also your leadership in our Triennium, and thank you for leaving an opportunity and an environment where we can all have a voice and where we can all participate and to bring our skills and knowledge. And you've always allowed that to happen, and we can add value when there is leadership that's distributed and power that isn't held in but shared. And I thank you for that. Along with you, I'm re-standing for election, and we'll look hopefully to the 8th of October for a good result for all of our community. And I wish all of my colleagues in the same situation very well for that result as well. And in closing, would like to say, kia ora.
Ryan, the man of few words, few but on point words.
I haven't seen his speech, he's got
Yeah, thanks. There's some incredible speeches today, and elegance. I thought perhaps I should just lower the bar, lower the expectations. No, I'd like just firstly a few words. I have prepared a rap, which I'm not sure about, but Mangai Norm's been encouraging me. But I'll just say a few words before we bust that out. Mayor Paula, just to firstly acknowledge, your leadership over the last 3 years, and your faith in me with quite a meaty portfolio across, 3 things: economic development, growth, and district plan. I'm really proud of the work that I've been able to contribute with my colleagues here and the team. I think certainly moved the needle. And I think it was like Dave didn't know much about transportation 24 years ago. When I came on council, I didn't know what a district plan was. And here we are leading a pretty incredible amount of changes through the most reform the country's ever seen. So I think I'm pretty proud of that. And also just acknowledge the senior leadership team through Lance and ELT. I think we've got a really great relationship where we've got that thin line in terms of governance and management. But if we have a complaint from Joe Bloggs, we saw one yesterday about a rubbish bin getting chewed up or destroyed or stolen, we can respond and just get on with doing the good things in our community. So we're small, but we're big. Couple of things, just I learnt a lot. Andrew's still here. I just acknowledge Andrew. I came in under his wing in the by-election, obviously through Philip Young, and learnt a lot through Andrew's leadership and to sort of run fast right before the LTP. So it was fun, and I've enjoyed both your leadership styles. Under Dave, there's a few quick things that I learnt, I guess, as his deputy on growth, and one of the best one-liners, I think, was something being ages ago since Adam was a halfback for the Israelites was one of his favourite quotes. and King Canute holding back the tide of growth. And, you know, as alluded to earlier, we're having unprecedented growth. And of course, how could we not mention Blind Freddie or Blind Freddie or Blind Fredda, depending on the mood. So, yeah, it's been fun working with you, Dave, and he's acknowledged, learnt a lot from you. Councillor Martin, your decorum you bring from that senior role, it's certainly something that, you know, you've added a real value to the leadership, through your leadership, to the culture of the council. And to Mark, I'll miss you as a friend, and banter and all sorts of things that just make this job a bit more fun. You know, sort of lubricate the more challenging times. And it took Rob about 3 years to like me, so I sort of acknowledge that. I think he likes me now, and he's going. So.
I thought it was only a year last time.
So yeah, I don't know if we should do this rap, if I've got support or not. It's
Just do it.
Short.
yeah, yeah. All right. Normally, when Norm and I perform, it's salt and pepper, but we've actually got an import additional guest today, all the way from England, called Basil. So it's salt, pepper, and basil.
Oh my God, is that you, James?
All right. Your campaign was going so well.
We don't have to video this or social media.
Chatham House, yeah, no. Change, work visa.
I thought if I broke this down, it would be not so overwhelming. So 2022, we'll call it 22 lines, and then say 11 lines that have to rhyme, and in the end, it's like 28 lines that doesn't rhyme. Here we go. All right, drop a beat, Mangai. What a term. 3 years short, yet 3 years long. COVID, UCE, all day Zoom. Standing orders, procedural motion, enough to make Councillor Martin go boom. Lots of portfolios, infrastructure, three-quarters growth, more business, people, affordable housing, bloody oath. Hamilton Gardens, more business at the zoo, and mighty Waiata where things go move. SPV, SDP, IFF and HCC, BAU, MEF, SCX and CIP. Retiring councillors who's given their all. Kuru Day, lies a fight or a rolling all. Rob Pascoe. Pascoe. A safe pair of hands. Hands. Show me the money, he simply demands. And moans. Bunting, Mark, boxes, the light, quick quips like Hamilton, but better. Yeah, right. Some things unfortunately have to go. Old Paul, the Muni's got demoed. Same fate, I'm afraid, for Founders Joel. No. What? What? Jeffrey, Paula, who'll be the next mayor? Will it come down to a splitting here? Or will the magic of FTV give us a Ricky Matarani? Margaret, Luke and QE2, some sad moments, this is true. Some fallen friends and wahine toa, on we move, aroha toa.
I have worked the most closely with James all year and am totally astounded. True. Thank you for that. No pressure, Cash, but you're next.
I don't rap or sing or dance, thank you, Ryan, though. You know, that was good entertainment. I just wanted to talk about gratitude. So a lot of what Councillor Mark talked of, and that's gratitude for being in the position that I have been, gratitude in meeting you wonderful people and being a part of these 3 years. 3 years ago, if you asked me if I'd be sitting here, I would definitely say no. I had no idea that I'd even, be elected in the last election, and it was a pleasant surprise, but one that hit my family for 6 because we had no idea what to expect. And chuck in a newborn in there somewhere. We've somehow managed to get to where we are today. So thank you to our staff at Hamilton City Council. Thank you, Lance, for your guidance and support over this triennium. Thank you to our governance team, Amy, and all of you people who have a secret stash of chocolate in that drawer, by the way.
Did you not know?
Now you know. So thank you for those phone calls early morning and late nights, and my laptop, I swear, has been jinxed. I'm on my 4th laptop for the term. So thank you for helping me through those moments. Thank you to Mayor Paula for sticking me in the community portfolio with Mark. It's one of the reasons I wanted to run for the election. It's where my passion lies, and working alongside Mark has certainly been never a dull moment. And everyone's talked about Mark and, the funny guy and him bringing joy and enthusiasm to every meeting, which is totally true. But I've worked really close with Mark, and I get to see all sides. And so, there are the serious moments and there are the funny moments. But I've really admired, Mark, how you've managed to get the job done. You've guided me, and you've been the one who calls me up at dinner time, like I mentioned. And I always miss your calls. But knowing that you've got my back, and it's literally a hi Cash, how are you doing? How'd you find today? And it's those conversations that mean the most. My husband is sick of hearing my stories, so you've been like my work husband. So thank you. Thank you to my family, my husband, who took the day off to be here. It's like everyone's talked about, everyone says that being in this position is a sacrifice. I've put my business life on hold, my pharmacist life on hold. If you ask me about brand names and medicines right now, I'd go blank because I haven't been able to keep up to date with that part of life. But truly, it's your family who bear the brunt of, being in this role. When I think of my son, who was 4 years old at the first election, and now he's 7, and in these 3 years, how he's grown and changed, and when you watch it from his perspective, you realize just what an impact this has on the kids' lives. But in a good and bad way, because he gets to see his mum go to council, he gets to talk about his mum to his friends, and now he's trying to tell all his friends why my face is all over the place. So it's quite fun to listen to. He's probably one of my best campaign managers too. But hey, I know that sitting through these 3 years, none of us have taken this position, the position that we're in, for granted. We were elected here for a reason, and even through those salty times, we've all held our own, and like everyone has said, we have the community's best interests at heart, and that's what I always try to remember at the end of those big debates, is that everyone's actually coming from a place they believe is the right place. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge Councillor Martin. I hate to say this, but I have to, you talked about walking into the building in March 1985. I wasn't born then. I was born in June 1985. So, when you put that in perspective, Martin, wow. To hear about your journey and watch this, these last 3 years, it's been a privilege to learn from you. You've been a mentor, and you've always provided support, and you're very caring. You always come up to me and include me in everything, and I appreciate that, so thank you. Councillor Rob, all the best. I can tell that he can hear the waves already. So thank you for your guidance and your support and our friendly chats all the time. Dave, thank you for teaching me again that nothing's ever really over, like we saw with Founders last week, I've learned a lot from you. And thank you for your help with the Welcoming Communities Fund as well, because you're the one who actually took it to the level that it sits at now. And having your support, like Angela said, can sometimes make the difference. So thank you. I'd end with a quote, of course. So be the change you want to see in the world. I think that's why we're all here. And that's why some of us have foolishly put our hands up for re-election. We want to be the change that we want to see. So all the best to those retiring, and hopefully some of us will return. And thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, staff, and all the best. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor. Jeff.
Yes, thank you, Paula. I'd like to just start by acknowledging the partners and the family members and friends of the departing colleagues today, because man, this job is tough on families. It's terribly tough on families. At least here we've learnt to put our armour on each day, but not so families. So thanks for the support you've given our colleagues. And I want to acknowledge our last Mayor, Andrew King, here today. Andrew, you've left behind a great legacy, and yours was a great high-speed ride. And I'll never forget the wonderful time we had in China together. It was great. Rob talked about all the work involved in the election campaign, and I have to admit I'm a little jealous of you four, not having to go through all this crap again. You all look quite relaxed, and I wonder why. Bunty, a big part of me is kind of leaving with you today. Just like Kesh says, you've been my work husband as well. But we've had a huge friendship. We were together in the media, and we've been through all sorts together. We even managed to time our divorces in unison 15 years ago. We timed it really neatly. And it was a dark time. And Bunty came to stay with me for, I don't know, about 6 weeks. And, there were many bottles of wine disposed of, long nights of Tom Waits, Leonard Cohen and Nick Cave. But we got through it together. And when he left, he thanked me by leaving 15 dozen Stella Artois in my lounge, and it took me a good few weeks to chug through that. So it was a great present, but it was a special time. We started a business together. As you can see, we're always sitting next to each other. We've supported each other because you really do need support in this place. And so personally, a huge void in you going, but also a void for this organisation, a void of talent. You've heard what we're missing in Bunty's speech today. The creativity, I think of the dome on the Waterworld outside pool, instead of spending gazillions on a new pool, you just had that creativity to find a different way, that lateral thinking. Hundreds of things, even little things. I can remember when we were bringing in 2 hours free parking in the last term, we were trying to think of something catchy to call it, and we asked Bunty, who just happened to be passing, and he said, "Oh, what about 2 hours free in the CBD?" And bang, just like the meeting was over. You know, so behind this incredible humour that we hear, never underestimate this man's depth. He's on a mission to make New Zealand a more friendly place in his business, and I'm sure he's going to do it. But it won't surprise me at all to see him back here one day as Mayor. Dave, 23 years we've known each other. Initially with me as a reporter sitting up there, and you as a councillor, and we spent a lot of time conspiring together. You've been a big part of my life, usually in good ways, and we get along. We couldn't be more different politically. We really couldn't, and we've had some stoushes, some great stoushes. But it's a sort of relationship where we can have a drink together and we just laugh all the way through it, which is just magnificent. And this place without you is hard to imagine. You've just been hugely influential. You've got an incredibly annoying, accurate institutional memory. And it's hard to overestimate the impact you've had on this city, on our development over the last couple of decades. It's a pretty amazing legacy to take with you, Dave. And I don't know about staring at the sea when you're down in Dunedin. I can't imagine that. I don't think Dave does peace, and I think Dunedin has no idea what's coming its way. Martin, we've had an interesting relationship this term. There's been a bit of sparring, but at the end of the day, there's still a relationship there, and I'm hoping that now we can put our political adversary stuff behind us and it might blossom, because I have the greatest respect for you, your diplomacy, and you're a gentleman, your intelligence, your sensitivity. And despite our political differences at times, we still had some warm moments, and I treasure those. Rob, over 6 years, I felt I've never got to know you. We've never got to know each other quite as well as we could have. And I have huge respect for your financial expertise and your experience, which I know we'll miss. And I love the way you make decisions without fear or favour. You don't care what other councillors think. You just know what you're going to do, and you don't prejudge it too. Often I've noticed that recently, that you go in with a truly open mind sometimes, most of the time, and actually make the call based on the information you get from your questions. And I wish I'd got to know you better during the time. It's been 6 years after all. And I want to thank all my colleagues for the last 3 years. I want to remember Margaret and Luke, sadness, and I remember their unbelievable smiles today. You know, Luke with his effervescence, his astonishing intelligence and recall, and a smile that just lit up a room. And Margaret, it took us a while to get to know each other because of some nasty things I'd written about her when I was a reporter. But she learnt to trust me again, and it was really hard to get a smile from Margaret. But when you did, man, what a reward when it came. And I want to thank our incredible staff, Lance, our high-powered GMs, also approachable. And I think Dave's right. You know, we have a special relationship between staff and elected members in this council that I doubt if any other council in the country has, and I really value that. These guys are the unsung heroes. Paula, I want to thank you for the job you've done over the last 3 years. You're a hard worker and you're passionate for Hamilton. We have different ideas on things, and that's the way it should be. Every person at this table should have different views and articulate them, because then and only then are we serving the city as we should. The very last thing this city needs is a council agreeing with each other on everything. And you've got to beware of groupthink. You've always got to question. And Paula, it's a terrible thing going through a mayoral campaign. And on a campaign, there's always stresses. There'll always be contention, because an election should be a contest of ideas and views. And it's not something to shy away from or frown about. It's the spirit of true democracy. But I want to thank you for the job that you've done over the last 3 years. Wish you well in the election campaign. And whatever happens, I'll be on the other end of the phone. And I wish all candidates well. And to the foregoing, we're really going to miss you. But thank you, everyone, for serving alongside me this term.
Mark Donovan, thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, guests in the gallery. I was going to say especially my partner Caroline, but I see she's just left. So she's either embarrassed or got an appointment to go to, and who knows, she might be watching online. She might not, yeah, anyway. Dave, Rob, Martin and Bunty. When I first entered council a year ago, I wasn't sure what to expect, but it certainly wasn't a box of chocolates. Dave, on behalf of my ute and I, farewell, and best of luck with your new adventure in the Deep South. With your departure, I thank you for letting me have the 2 parking spaces I need. And don't worry, I'll keep our secret safe that you really are a closet ute lover. I will miss your tenacious approach to serving the public's interest. Dave, you remind me of a milk chocolate salted caramel. You get your teeth stuck into the issues, you can be a little salty with your approach, but the result seems to be sweet after we've chewed on it. Dave, to me, you are chocolate personified because, like you, when it comes to chocolate, resistance is futile. All the best. Rob, you and others have heard this before, but I love saying it and I'll say it again. An accountant with a sense of humour. A rarity, as most accountants I know them, love to add and subtract their cocoa beans. However, you break the mould and you remind me of a chili and lime dark chocolate bar, because at first taste you think, oh, this isn't so spicy, more zesty. Then the chili flavour sneaks up on you with a surprisingly delightful taste. Incidentally, trying to find said chocolate was like trying to find more money in the annual plan for sports fields. So I thought I'd give you a box of peppermint creams. I'll deliver them in a second. And the reason for that is because, like a good peppermint cream, you are the consistent performer in the chocolate family, always included in any selection, comes in fresh, and offers a bit of a bite. But seriously, Rob, you have added so much value. Your support for playgrounds, your acknowledgement that we're a city of young people, myself included, and your collaborative approach when it comes to financial reporting are highlights that won't be forgotten by many of us. All the best for your future, and thank you for helping sort things out here in council. Martin, you are what I've described as the classic double-layered box of chocolates, made by some other chocolate maker who I couldn't part money with to go and buy, so you will get a box of Donovan's chocolates. I mean this in the sincerest manner because just like your debating style, when we think we've heard it all, you seem to produce another layer of well-crafted delights. Your ability to talk beyond the bell without flinching is a real skill, and you provide a beautiful example of how to acknowledge the great work done by others. It has been an honour and a privilege to share an office with you. And please know that your words of encouragement for a young cub such as myself have always been more palatable than Turkish delight. Could you pass that down to Martin, please? Yeah. Bunty, I left you to last. I really struggled to find a chocolate that would be synonymous with your personality. You're easy to get on with, you check in on people, as Kesh has mentioned, and I can vouch for that as well. And your positivity is infectious. So I've likened you to an award-winning orange chocolate truffle. A truffle is one chocolate people will gravitate to. It's easy to see why you are so popular. You're sociable and confident, but soft on the inside. A shell that is firm but fair, and being around you makes us feel good. Like the feeling you get when the brain recognises the endorphin rush of a sumptuous tasting chocolate. In all seriousness, Bunty, your flame lights up a room. You're an absolute champion of a man with a heart of gold. Thank you for being a fantastic support. Your positive encouragement when I floated the concept of running for council was appreciated more than you may realise. And I'll just finish by saying something similar to what Bunty might have said. This is to all of the outgoing councillors. As you cycle the rocky road of life's new adventure, have no Ferrero Rocher if things get crunchy. And on your way to seeking your new bounty, I'm sure things will turn out more like a well-balanced ganache. But if challenges get a little bit coconut rough, take a break and have a Kit Kat. And just remember, there is a number of us who have been positively scorched almond by your fruit and nut contributions. But most of all, know this, retired councillors, we have your back. Thank you very much for letting me serve with you in this term, albeit so short. I wish everyone the best of luck for the up-and-coming election, and I'd just like to say thank you.
Ewan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I guess I'm going to quickly start off by just thanking my wife for the last 3 years and supporting me through yet another enjoyable term. But really I want to spend some time focusing on the 4 who are leaving today. And I intend to start with Mark. I'm reminded by one of the first lessons that Dave McPherson gave me. The art of politics is about timing. And I remind Mark that the trick is always to come second for rebuttal. And since you were so kind with me in terms of my dream, I thought I would focus on you briefly. Look, the reality is, can I say, you're a helpful, kind, capable, and downright nice person. I will miss your vowel movements, those long vowel movements which we'll all miss. And I understand, and I'm actually really pleased because I just got the text. Angela Cummings is coming to the lunch later on today, and she's expressed her excitement about being able to have a meaningful chat with you. Rob, actually, to be honest, I'm still not sure if you like me, to be honest. But can I start by saying how lovely your wife is? And can I start by saying Trish is always so kind when I see her. But putting the joke aside, I have learnt a great deal from you in the last 3 years. I think our first 2 terms together, we were probably on polar opposite sides. I was yet again in political Coventry, where you were part of the Supreme Command, and we probably disagreed more often than we agreed. But in the last 3 years, I've enjoyed your intellect, I've enjoyed your contribution, and the council will miss that insightful accounting view that you brought to every debate. I'd now like to turn my mind to Dave McPherson, and he is an equal opportunist abuser. I have to say he's one of my best friends, but he has taught me pretty much everything I know in terms of procedural motions. I don't think there is a part of this city that hasn't had Dave McPherson's impact and thumbprint. From transport to Huia, to growth strategy, none of that would have not happened without the insight that Dave Mack brings. And I remember at a period of my time when I was relatively unwell, and I was thinking, gosh, if things don't work out well for me here, who's the one person that I'd like to make sure that he looked after my family? And it was Dave Mack, because he would never hesitate in fighting a fight against an insurance company or trying to right a wrong. And that's why the community love him. They know they can rely on him. I have to admit, Jane still intimidates me whenever I meet your wife. She is delightful. I'm not quite sure what she sees in you, but no, that's not true.
Do you want me to tell you?
I can't leave this without discussing, just briefly, some All Black rugby tickets. It's a funny story. I remember my first debate with Dave when I lost. And I walked out the door and Dave McPherson was walking behind me and he said, for a pilot, you would imagine you would have learnt to count. You need 8 votes to win in this chamber. But very quickly I actually realised that the best way to deal with Dave was to be on his side. It's not so much fun when you're on the opposition side trying to deal with him. In fact, that reminds me, Councillor Boss would often refer to Dave as, what's the difference between Dave McPherson and a terrorist? Well, you can negotiate with most terrorists. But I remember this time when I wanted some rugby tickets, and they were to an All Black game in Melbourne, Australia. And to be able to get the tickets, you needed to be resident in Australia. And Dave looked across the desk and said, I can help you. I've got a sister who lives in Melbourne, and you could use her address. And I went, there is a God. Yes, I'll take up that offer. I made a fatal mistake that day, because about a week later, I let Dave McPherson down. And it's the one thing you don't want to do. You can disagree with him, but you can't make a promise and then break your promise. And I'm the first one to admit that I broke my promise. And suddenly, his sister no longer lived in Melbourne, and there was no All Black tickets. And I swear to you, I jumped on the plane with my wife and my daughters and my sister's son, and we arrived in Melbourne. The All Blacks game was the next day, and still Dave McPherson wouldn't tell me where his sister lived and whether or not the tickets would be there. 4 hours before the test match, the tickets arrived at our hotel, and the life lesson was, never betray this man. But you can always trust him for honesty and integrity. And on that basis, I'd like to turn my mind momentarily to Martin. Martin and I, we make an odd couple. We really do. I'm sort of centre-right, Marty's to the left. But I found that over the years, Marty has become a mentor for me. He's more than a friend, he's a lifelong friend. But not always. I remember in a campaign about 6 years ago, Marty, for some reason, Gillian had taken the keys off Martin, and so I was taking Martin to campaign meetings. And I would drive him there, and we would get there, and he would say, you go in first, and I'll come in later. And it took me the third or fourth campaign meeting to realise that he didn't really want to be seen with me walking into the room, because there was a political mismatch. But thankfully, I think he's grown to accept that we are good friends. When I think about service, I think about Martin. I don't think anybody can commit 4 decades of service without having it inherent in who he is. He is a man of integrity. He is a man of diplomacy. And he's a person who will passionately advocate. And he is a magnificent orator. You wind him up. You get him going, and once he starts to go, you can't stop him, but once you start him going, he delivers a message in such a clear and precise and impactful way. I realised very early on, though, the real power behind Martin. The person who was able to orchestrate and organise all of his campaigns over those 4 decades. The person who would do all the hard work behind the scenes was Gillian. And I don't think anybody can not understand the amount of incredible work Gillian has done behind the scenes to enable Martin to be the spectacular community leader. And finally, I've had the honour of getting to know actually all the kids, and they are just wonderful, wonderful people. I will never forget. Martin and I love to travel, as does Gillian and Minnie. And I was blessed once to be, actually I think we've done three cruises together, but Lily came with us once. And I will always remember the cruise through Europe together, and the debates over dinner, and how different we were, but how united we were as well, basically because we loved the community that we were working in. And so I just want to say that I'm going to miss Martin terribly, and I treasure his friendship, and I always will. Thank you.
Councillors, we're going to go across to the Mangai. Oh, you're back. You stuck in. Good. We're not going to go to the Mangai. We're going to go to Sarah. And then you.
Thank you. We had a successful dental appointment with the stickers and all sorts of things. So thank you so much. And I'm sorry to have missed others speaking. I just want to acknowledge those who are standing down. Firstly, Martin, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the words that you said to me, I guess 6 or more years ago, and you probably don't even remember. But
over in Zeal.
Yeah, over in Zeal, and I received an award. It was the Under 30s award, and you said something to me that around I guess would I around standing for council in the future, and it planted a seed. And that seed grew, and then over the years I became more involved in what councils do while working up in Auckland, and eventually decided to come back to stand for council back in my hometown. So I want to thank you for that encouragement. And this whole term, I think the first few months of this job are very challenging. You come in and you don't, there's so many unknowns. You don't really know the people around you. You don't know how to get things done. And it can feel quite lonely, but Martin was always there, and I want to thank you for that. Also, Councillor Dave, I've learned a huge amount from you, and your passion and dedication is absolutely contagious. And while lots of people have said this, but when I was elected to council, I had people say, "Oh, watch out for Dave." But it turns out when you're on the same side, it's all right. So, but I've really enjoyed working with you, and I just want to thank you for a lot of the advice. I've always been able to call you and ask for your thoughts on things, and I've really appreciated that and your support along the way in friendship. Mark, I also want to say thank you because you'll always call when you think that maybe someone's feeling down, or even just out of the blue for no reason. And I've really appreciated that because actually we're not always, including myself, good at thinking of others in that way, but you always have. And that, I think, is really special. And also your ability to differ on issues, but always be a fantastic colleague and always be able to talk to each other at the lunch table or call each other. So thank you. And there was a particular down moment around the childcare allowance, and you were incredibly supportive at that time. So thank you. And Councillor Rob as well, I also want to thank you. I've really enjoyed working with you along the way. And as I've mentioned before, we differ on how many cyclists use Claudelands Bridge. I think we always will. But again, you've always been available if I've needed to talk to you. And I've really enjoyed that relationship and your advice. I've really, again, respected your views on things. And so I'm going to miss all of you, actually. Even though we sit on, in some cases, different parts of the political spectrum, actually it doesn't matter. I have huge regard and respect for you all. So thank you for your service. And I'll be brief, but also just wanted to say thank you, Mayor Paula. I've really enjoyed working under your leadership and appreciated the opportunities that you have provided all of us in terms of room to grow and to lead different portfolios. So, and it's been, as many have said, a really good council to work in and a good team. And thank you to all of my colleagues. all of you, there is Jeff, sometimes we do differ on Facebook on things, but actually everyone here is really hardworking and their hearts are for the community, and I have huge respect for everyone. So, and finally our staff, thank you as well. My enthusiasm is sometimes kind of annoying. And I know Valisa in particular had to rein me in a few times in those first few months. But eventually I think I've got into a place where I've learnt a good balance, maybe. And I just wanted to say a particular thank you to Becca, because, as I said, that first part of the term is really challenging, but I always felt like I could come to you to download a little bit and get encouragement and advice, and that's been incredibly valuable too. So, yeah, that's all. Thank you very much, and good luck to all of those who are standing again. I'd love to continue working with you all. Kia ora.
Now we're going to swing over to our Mangai team, then come back to a very super speedy last comment from me, last comment from Lance, through the public excluded minutes, into lunch, into another activity that we want to do, to another lovely moment so that Mike can take formal photographs. So, Mangai. Thank you. Ollie, you're going to speak on behalf, I understand, of everyone, is it? Kei te pai?
Yeah. Kia ora tātou I te whare. Tēnei mātau, ko tai mai nei te tautoki, te kaupapa o te rā. Ora kei te mihi atu kia tātou. Pērā te kōrero, te mōkau ki runga, tāmaki ki raro, hari hauraki, hari waikato ki te kaokao o Pātetere. Tēnei au o tina mātou mihi atu kia koutou tānei waka. Tērā atu ki te awa e riri atu nei, a whakatau ki ai he puku hi taniwha, he puku hi taniwha waikato tani wharau, tai atu ki te maunga tapu ai taupuri, heki iho ki te whare kāpui a riki, a ki ngitū heiria paumariri. Tautoko nā karakia Tami te ata nei. I just want to acknowledge Tami as well, who opened the metaphorical doors for our hui this morning. Acknowledge those who have passed, Margaret and Luke, both wonderful people who have, and so many kind words said about them today, and I add our acknowledgement to those two for the work that they did for the city. And ka tangi tonu te nākau, kia koro haere, ko kia atu, moi mai. Paula, to acknowledge you as the Mayor for this Triennium, for the work that you have done. Te Kainihira, to acknowledge you for your selfless hard work that you have done over the last Triennium. We acknowledge you and don't envy you, those who are standing for re-election now, being on the campaign trail, and wish you all the best. We'd like to, mindful of time, but want to reiterate and add our thanks and acknowledgement to the four Pou Toko Manawa, those pillars of council who are departing. Dave, Mac, reminds me of Daniel Adams in some ways, who was a journalist from the Waikato Times, and Daniel was so good because he knew the intricate workings and the politics of council. And Dave, you are a master at the machinery of local government. You facilitate, you're one of the best, I think the best facilitator of a meeting to get through some really significant decisions, ensuring that all sides are heard and making good decisions in a reasonable amount of time. A warhorse said, te pora. You've given true service for your community. You are massively courageous in your debate, absolutely steadfast in your convictions. You have the courage of your convictions, and your community will miss you significantly in your absence. You've been such a great champion. We wish you and Jane all the best as you head down to Waipanamu. Martin, we have the utmost professional respect for you. I actually thought you started in council earlier than 1975. I was surprised it was see you. I always enjoy looking at your photo on the wall as a boy councillor there, and then you went to represent West Hamilton at central government, and your catch cry was you were Hamilton's voice in Wellington, and you meant that, and you delivered on that, and you brought that passion back for your second bite of the cherry here at Hamilton City Council. You have been a passionate supporter of a voice for your community. You are wise, kind and humble, and like Dave, I think your community will miss your service significantly, and we wish you and your family all the best in your retirement. Rob, I remember you when I was on staff here, you'd come before you were elected, you came and actually sat in and you read in well into the machinery of local government as you want as a chartered accountant, and you've continued that, and we acknowledge the steady experience that you have brought to the council's finances, and wish you and Trish and your family all the best in the future. Bunty, so much has been said of you that hard to add to that, but we would say you are a true community champion. E mihi atu ki a koe te rangatira mō tēnā. E tō tātou hoa, pera te korua no te pai te āpere ko te noho tahi o nā tuākana me nā taina. Ka raro te whakaaro kotahi ko tātou tērā, mihi atu ki a koutou. E runga te whakahohotanga, te whanaungatanga ka wāngu e tātou. There's a Māori saying that talks about the sweetness of gathering of older siblings and younger siblings underneath the one concept, and just want to acknowledge my Mangai, fellow Mangai, for the fantastic journey that we've had. I also want to acknowledge previous Mayor Andrew King for being the exception of the Mangai role. I want to acknowledge Leanne and Becca and your governance team for the work that you did creating the role. I think it's, I'm biased because I'm a Mangai, but I think it's been a really fantastic best practice model of Māori representation. I think you crafted it really, really well, and to have five Mangai that are able to influence decisions across the whole of council has been very powerful. And I just want to acknowledge you all for that and thank you for that. I think it's been a really, really good framework. Saying that, we wish it's appropriate, the timing is appropriate for Māori representation around the table, and acknowledge you all for that, you know, that colourful period of council, of that debate about bringing Māori wards about, and so acknowledge you all for your courage, particularly those of you who were challenged by that. Acknowledge the unanimous vote to stand up Māori seats, and we look forward to seeing how they progress next Triennium. Last but definitely not least, Lance, to you and your staff, wonderful to see you in the role. We've known each other for many years at various levels of council. You're a steady hand on the ship, and you know, you've brought, from what I've seen, real stability to the organisation under your leadership. And I acknowledge not only you but also your general managers. I know the stress that you are under continually in this role. It's not a normal environment, and acknowledge that and thank you for that, and for your staff who work tirelessly for council to make things happen across all the business units and all the work. Just to acknowledge you and your team. O tu kura mātou, I rungi tēnā mihi atu ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou te whare, a tēnā tātou katoa.
He Waiata koutou, right? Thank you.
Talent. He's written a new song.
Kia ora tātou. The words have just been handed out. If you could just share it between two.
Understand?
Yeah, we can all sing, Father. I'll do the sing. I'll do the singing. You can do the chorus. Yeah. The tune is
Hotel California.
That's right, Hotel. he stood in the courtyard and he showed us the way. Mangai Māori, we gathered here and we heard you say, hey, tēnā koutou Hamilton City Council, such a lively place, and our tribal says there's plenty of room in the city council chambers for 2 Māori wars, and your Mangai, of course. The councillors get things twisted, the Mac corrects and amends. We have councillors here who we call friends, and in this very chamber, all us leads us with love. Bunty cracks his funny jokes, Ryan wears a white glove. Tēnā koutou Hamilton City Council, such a lively place in our tribal space. There's plenty of room in the city council chambers for 2 Māori wars, and your Mangai, of course. E mihi ki a koutou, tauranga tirama, mō ake koutou mahi, mō ngā hape katoa, tūturu whakamoa kia tīna. Aumi e hui e, taiki e, tēnā koutou Hamilton City Council, such a lovely place, and our tribal says, plenty of room in the city council chambers for 2 Māori wards, te kora moko, and your tribal cause.
Nā mihi kia koutou. Thank you for that. I'm going to bring it. We've had a wonderful morning with the most amazing and unexpected speeches and entertainment. I'm going to bring it back to a little bit of, not in a bad way, decorum to wind us up. I'm going to say just a few words on the wider team, and then pass to Lance. I think then we're going to sing the actual Waiata, Council Waiata. And then you'll just have to bear with us while we do a few public excluded. Then we're going to eat, and something special is going to happen after that. Just on to, everyone said things that are right. This is a team game. It is, in fact, as you say, Mark, a privilege and an honour that we all feel that way. I just wanted to say thank you as the Mayor for this term, that I've had a team that's added value. And I sincerely thank each and every one of you, Angela, for your work in infrastructure, Maxine supporting Rob and busting through procurement, Ryan, goodness me, with economic development, that you and have worked together so well in getting things cranking, but also you were given the massive gift of district plan. Thank you for the work you're doing there. Kesh, the work you're doing in the community does not go unnoticed. It does not go unnoticed. Sarah, you cannot be faulted for that enthusiasm and courage. You say sometimes you're annoying. You're not annoying. You're never annoying. You're just challenging, and that is really awesome. So we thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've done in Central City. To Jeff, Mark, you've come on board latterly, but you're sliding in really well. You're fitting in really well, and we do love the chocolates, but we actually love the contributions that you've made as well. Ewan, thank you so much for keeping us honest at council, fighting the hard fights. I think you're going to represent Dave in your own way very well when re-elected next term. To our Mangai, thank you very much. I have always felt safe in the cultural space, knowing that you are there to support me in every step of the way. And I ring you from time to time. And poor Norm, when Tame is not available or Muna's away, and I ring Norm and I say, I've written this mihi, I'm not sure about the grammar, can you check it for me? He does. And I always feel like I'm very well cared for, so I really do appreciate that. Last word is on Tame. Oh, no, two last words. Tame he had to leave, but that's a shame because I think you will agree the grace and dignity, the way he's always opened up the meetings, we greatly admire and appreciate him for that. And he also has been at my side in the many very tough conversations we've had with the Kingitanga or we've had with Waikato Tainui. He's been there as the peacemaker that he is, as the reconciliator that he is. So I do want that reflected so that he knows that I thought that of his service. Staff, brilliant, thank you. You know, what can I say? I've enjoyed working with absolutely each and every one of you across the portfolios. People should be proud of the staff we've got. We've got so much capacity and intelligence, and actually people who find great passion for the work they do, no matter what area of portfolio. So thank you very much. And a special thanks to, of course, Rochelle and James, who have run a very busy office. It's not easy. It's not easy. Actually, politics is not easy. It's a hard job. We come with long hours. We come with public criticism, but we come with so many amazing opportunities to touch our community. So I, like you, like my colleagues, am grateful. I wish each and every one of you who's standing for re-election the success, because this would be the really strong foundation of a new team with some new people around the table. Experience and new thinkers around this table will get us far. I'm just going to finish off with a tiny quote. We've all done quotes today. Tongue-in-cheek, take it. Lyndon B. Johnson, President of the United States, he said, "When the burdens of the presidency seem unusually heavy, I remind myself it could be worse. I could be the mayor." Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa, Lance.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Bit of a hard act to follow, actually, having the last word, but I just wanted to speak on behalf of the staff. I'm actually going to start with a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, and he once said, "The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others." And just hearing the speeches today, I think that's so true, and everyone's spoken from the heart today, and I just see that quote really resonates with me, and it's sort of come through, and I just think it's so true, and it's something to think about, and I think staff are in the same place as well, working for a public service agency. On behalf of the exec team and the 1,300 staff across the council, I'd like to say a massive thank you to the whole council. It's Mayor Paula, councillors and Mangai, for all the hard work, the long hours, working as a dedicated team over the past 3 years to improve pretty much what's our purpose as a council, to improve the wellbeing of Hamiltonians, which is really important. And we haven't really heard much of it, but I think it's been an extraordinary and challenging time. You know, probably the most difficult in living memory. I've been around local government a long time, and we heard about Zoom calls, and we didn't hear about Jeff taking his shirt off or anything like that, but that'll wait for downstairs later on. I think, you know, I think we need to be proud of ourselves as a team, that we have been through a pretty tough time, and I think as civic leaders you've led the city well through this period, and I think we've also been exemplars nationally on that too, and we've had some recognition around that. I'd also like to say a big thank you to you for having faith in me and giving me the opportunity to take up the privileged role as CEO. And I also just wanted to mention Richard as well. In the first 2 years of your term, Richard's the Chief Executive there and obviously been CE for 7 years, and just wanted to thank Richard for all the leadership he showed, and also the coaching, the mentoring that he provided to myself and also the exec team and other people across the organisation as well. Just want to acknowledge Andrew being here. Andrew was one of the first people who actually contacted me when I did get appointed and it became public that I was the Chief Executive, so thanks for that, Andrew. We've always had a good relationship. We haven't always agreed on things, but it's nice that you've done that. And Bossy's always been there for me too, former councillor Peter Boss, and I know he's been there for other councillors as well. As a governance wing, I think you've had robust discussion in this chamber and down in the committee room 1 on lots and lots of challenging matters. And whilst we've heard today that you haven't always agreed on things, all the time unanimously. I think most of the time we have in the end, actually working through. I've actually seen some of you change your views from the debate and the information put forward by staff too, which I think is a healthy environment to have in democracy. I think the way that council's been bold, courageous, ambitious, adaptable, inclusive, solution-focused and forward-thinking is seen as make absolutely immense progress on achieving our 5 priorities in our ambitious 10-year plan. And I think it's also taken a long-term view to the city's needs and aspirations, and I think we're all very proud of that, and rightly so. I also know that staff have been really proud to have worked with you as a team, and I think that's come through in the speeches today as well. We have been a team as governance and staff right across the organisation at all levels. And I think something that I think it was that Dave said, it's actually been fun. I think we're a good organisation where we can have a laugh. We can auction off, you know, a terrible drawing by Andrew Parsons and raise $2,800 for charity. But well done to Ryan on that. But I think you have to have a bit of fun in the workplace too. I'd like to say a very special thanks to our 4 elected members who are standing down, obviously Dave, Martin, Rob and Mark. I've really enjoyed working with you all over the past 12 years, and I'd really like to acknowledge your commitment and all that you've achieved. You know, we sometimes go past the achievements, all that you've achieved while you've been on council. You've all provided me some sage advice at times, some more than others. But it's been invaluable, and I'll have to say very much appreciated, and I know you've provided that advice to other staff as well. Look, we're definitely losing a lot of experience. There's some massive shoes to fill. Dave and Martin, your shoes are probably about the size of Stephen Adams. Mark, yours are sort of yellow suede, and Rob's, yours are black hush puppies. I want to wish you, the 4 councillors who are leaving, all the best for the future and what you do beyond council. I do want you to note, though, that water entities B and D are now looking for some establishment board members, and the daily allowance is $1,300 a day. So it's not a bad lurk. For those elected members standing again, I know you've all been working hard on your campaigns, and there's a lot of signs up, I'd have to say, and there's a lot of big flash signs that are flashing up when I drive home at night, and I get a hell of a surprise at the traffic islands who I see flashing up and that sort of thing. But I just want to say good luck and best wishes for what the election might serve up. It is a weird time. STV's probably even more interesting. But once again, just want to say a big thank you for all you've done over the past 3 years, and really enjoyed working with you. To our Mangai, I want to say a big ngā mihi. And that you've added an invaluable dimension and Māori perspective to our committees. I think that's added a richness to our discussions and our debates. And I think some of the issues that we've tangled with at committees, you've helped us untangle the twines and you know, the difficulties that we've had in there with a Māori perspective rather than just a Pākehā perspective, so I think it's added a richness. And the great thing is that you've seen in your time here, as we've heard today, that Māori positions have become a reality on council now, full council, and He Paumanawa Ora has also been developed and endorsed by council, and then obviously we've got some actions. It's a work in progress, but I think we can really move forward on that. Lastly, I just want to thank Mayor Paula for all the collegial way that you've worked with myself, the exec team, the staff across the council. Really enjoyed the last 3 years. Appreciate everything that you've done and the way that you've maintained and enhanced your relationships with not only staff, not only with elected members, but the community as well. I think that's really important. So I just want to say to all of you, I wish you well. Noho ora mai, kia ora. Thanks.
Yep. Are we coming up the front? Okay. After you. Yep.
Rotating doors, isn't it? Ollie, you coming? Come on. I don't know this.
Chair. We now, for those who are guests, we need to, for about 4 minutes, move into public excluded. If I could ask all our guests to go out where lunch will be served, we will be with you in a very super short while. Thank you. I move that we move into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All in favour? Carried.